Hey folks, for today's video, we are playing Jeskai Hinata Control in Historic. The reason for that is because this weekend there is going to be a Historic Arena Open, and I want to play this deck in it. Not necessarily because I think this is like the best deck. In fact, I haven't played much with this deck at all, but I want to see what we can get it in a week. And playing Magma Opus is entertaining. So, for today's stream, it's going to be an extra long one. And it's all going to be this, and I think the next couple of days are going to be the same thing. Mostly because, as opposed to the usual sort of bouncing around playing a bunch of different decks, kind of want to focus on seeing how good I can get with this one deck by this weekend. Plus, also, it's kind of the end of the set life cycle, which means I have kind of ran out of new decks that I can think of. So one way or another, I needed an excuse to play the same deck over and over and over, and this fits the bill. So at least as of the end of day one, this is the configuration we have reached, but I imagine that's probably going to change over the next couple of days as well. But without further ado, here we go. I'm also kind of interested in whether this version of the deck, as compared to the standard and alchemy versions, might not actually want 4 copies of Hinata. It doesn't have as many cards that actually synergize with Hinata, but I don't know. I suspect I probably don't want 4 Hinata. I should probably drop it down to 3 would be my guess. We also have more cards that synergize with Magma Opus, so it's not as critical that we find Hinata anyway. Now, I definitely assume I keep this because I have cards all up and down the curve. I just don't know what order I play my cards in. I'm assuming I probably play Irrigated Farmland on turn 1. And then probably Spirebluff Canal on turn 2. Yeah, because I think I want to have access to Lightning Helix, which kind of requires me to play Irrigated Farmland turn 1. There's no way playing Hallowed Fountain instead of Irrigated Farmland is better, I don't believe. And then I could hold up Jwari Disruption, but given that my opponent played Dragon's Rage Channeler, I'm pretty confident I'm just supposed to kill that. And then because I assume we're playing against Phoenix, I think that means I just play Stormcarved Coast into Narset next turn. Another Darcy. And a Fluting. Where does that put us in terms of Dragon's Rage Channeler? Yowzes, yowzes, yowzes. Already an Arclight in the yard. So I could Archmage's Charm the Dragon's Rage Channeler. I could play Narset, which makes a lot of my opponent's life, especially life where they try to get the Arclight Phoenix out of the yard, harder. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. There is a world in which they can actually kill this Narset, especially with an Unholy Heat, if it manages to turn on the Dragon's Rage Channeler. But a world where they don't successfully get the Phoenix back or kill the Narset is a pretty good world for me. And considering they just cast Consider... Okay, so they cast Consider so they could put Stormwing Entity into play, which I believe I'm totally fine with. So yeah, this deck doesn't have as many cards that Hinata gets to reduce the cost on, but the other kind of interesting part of Hinata is that you don't super need to maximize the number of things that you're reducing the cost on in order for Hinata to be effective, because the tax part of it is actually such a huge portion of what makes the spell good, and just the body. So I could Archmage's Charm, the Dragon's Rage Channeler. They have one card in hand, they'll draw another, which makes it kind of hard for them to... I assume that I'm just supposed to play the Hinata here. The body seems so good against them. And I don't think that I downtick the Narset when I don't even have mana to hold anything up anyway. Take the Dragon's Rage Channeler. That was a consideration, but I was a little worried that they could just, like, fire off some card draw or loop stuff to get the Arclight Phoenix into play, and I felt like playing Narset did a better job of preventing that. So here they just get to throw away an opt. Yeah. So they wind up getting rid of their entire hand just to get a Phoenix back. Which I believe I'm entirely fine with, because I've got a Hinata, and, like, yeah, they kill the Narset here, but, like, their board doesn't matter anymore, because they don't have the resources to pump the Stormwing Entity anyway. This is a mistake. The Stormwing Entity should be going at my face, and the Stormwing Entity should be going at Narset, and the other two creatures should be going at my face. Here, they decide they want to kill the Narset, which I just really don't care about. So I can Archmage's Charms of the Dragon's Rage Channeler, but I'm also kind of assuming that I don't need to, and I just would prefer it to be a counterspell. Expressive Iteration is a tiny bit risky because I'm not holding up Archmage's Charm if they hit an Expressive Iteration. I'm going to assume I'm probably okay with that, though. Cool. Yeah, that's pretty stellar. So let's just take this Magma Opus, play the Spirebluff Canal tapped. Yeah, let's just hold the Hinata back. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, I believe I don't want to do 1 damage to my Hinata. I think that I lose less life by shooting my own face with Opus here than by hitting the Hinata, because now Hinata can block a 3-power creature, whereas if it had 1 damage on it, I wouldn't be able to block an Arclight Phoenix. So by taking 1 damage, I think I'm preventing 3, so like net gaining 2 life. Consider seeing if they can get the Storming Entity up to... Well, they're at enough where I would trade with the Storming Entity, and I believe that I'm okay trading with the Storming Entity at this point. I've just got 2 Archmage's Charms, and that seems pretty good. I feel like I should just be able to win this race at this point. Hey, Minosaur. I'm doing pretty decent. A little bit sleepy, but pretty decent for the most part. Do I want to counter Sprite Dragon? Probably yes. I've been looking at spoilers for the next set, any cards that I'm excited to test with. I have been looking at them, although I have not, like, deep dived into any of them, and I feel like there was one that I saw that I was kind of excited to brew with, but I have actually forgotten what that was. Okay, so I probably am supposed to play Hinata here, which I think means that I start with Expressive Iteration. Ooh, cool. I'll take commit. Might as well take Hall of the Storm Giants, because I don't think that I can hold anything up regardless. And now I choose between holding up commit or playing Hinata. It's probably safer to just hold up commit. There's always Blue-Red Phoenix. I've never actually played Phoenix, so I probably shouldn't try to. I mean, what's the worst that could happen if they resolve Faithless Looting? They're down to one card, and they've only cast one spell. I guess they could... No, they can't even cantrip into anything. Alright. So let's... You know what? I don't even care about Arclight Phoenix. Let's cycle the Triome. I could hit an untap land. Do I need an untap land? I guess I don't, actually. Alright, well, let's just keep making land drops then. Yeah, I think you were in trouble too, opponent. That's interesting. Did we see that graphical glitch? Did they concede at a time that made it so that the elemental did double damage to them somehow? I've seen a glitch where they concede and their life total gets put to 0 and then they take damage graphically, but I've never seen, like, go from 9 to 5 to 4 while getting attacked by a 4/4. Weird. Okay, so let's see. I assume I'm supposed to play Narset, Mystical Dispute, every copy of Aether Gust, every copy of Shark Typhoon, and the Anger of the Gods, and then I probably... well, this is a problem. I think all my cards are good. Okay, I probably don't need Commit. I probably don't need Torrential Gearhulk. I can probably cut a Hinata. I guess Lightning Helixes are probably fine, but Teferi's probably good. I can just cut every Archmage's Charm, right? That's expensive. Oh no, all my cards are good. I guess they have shown that they're playing Stormwing Entity, which makes Aether Gust slightly weaker and Lightning Helix slightly better. Mastery seems unnecessary. I do think that without the Masteries, we're probably supposed to trim Magma Opus. I guess I could cut Masteries and keep the 4th Hinata. And then, like, maybe not play every Anger of the Gods? Yeah, okay. That implies I'm supposed to change the sideboard from where it's at. Alright. Well, this is a hand that makes me wish that I had Mizzix's Mastery, but also I refuse to mulligan. Alright. I feel like I'm not really supposed to prioritize playing Raugrin Triome because I have Glacial Fortress here anyway, but what the heck. Ooh, alright. Completely rewarded for playing Raugrin Triome. Opponent is free to consider all they want on my turn. I am fine with them using up their 1-mana cantrips. Anger seems like the best 8 card for Phoenix, though. It seems good. I would agree with that. Best? Maybe. The best hate card's probably Narset, though. Anger has some limitations, but not many. Mostly it's that it does get kind of invalidated by Crackling Drake, or it's not a good answer to Crackling Drake. Yeah, keep using your 1-mana cantrips, opponent. Also, did they keep a card on top with Consider and then cast Consider? That... no, I guess that actually does sort of make sense. Sprite Dragon, sure. Punching me for 1, sure. considering if they want to play a 1-drop to pump their Sprite Dragon. If they choose not to, what does that imply? That they want to play a 1-drop post-combat, or that they want to hold up a counterspell for my Narset? They don't run Crackling Drake? The good versions do run Crackling Drake. Usually 3, sometimes up to 4 post-board. I am very strongly of the opinion that Crackling Drake is the better... Or, no, I'm sorry. Crackling Drake's the 4-mana one that draws a card, right? Or am I thinking, is Crackling Drake the name of the 3-mana one? They definitely typically run the 4-mana one. And I am of the opinion that is the more correct card for them to run. It is specifically much better against control, typically. Okay. So, odds are, well, if it's a cheap creature, I'm going to kill the cheap creature with Flame Blessed Bolt anyway. If it's Mystic Dispute, that doesn't hit Lightning Helix, and I don't have anything that it actually... what's the word I'm looking for? I don't have a Narset, which is what they probably want to hold up Mystical Dispute to prevent. So I don't need to stress about that. Is this fine? Do I want to hold up both Flame Blessed Bolt and Lightning Helix here? Or should I take... Yes. Because what I actually want to hold up is Raugrin Triome cycling if my opponent doesn't play anything that I want to remove. The other consideration was using this turn to develop the Steam Vents tapped, but I think holding up 3 mana is correct. Crackling Drake just seems wrong when there's Aether Gust running around. Yeah, but there's not a lot of Aether Gusts running around. And it's still better against removal spells and Rest in Peace than most of your other options. Okay, opponent continues using their cantrips. I think this isn't actually how you're supposed to play Phoenix. Sometimes it is. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't played Phoenix a ton. But there's often times where you're not supposed to use your cheap cantrips hyper-aggressively early because you want to build up a critical mass of them, but maybe against control that's less true. Opponent continues making land drops. Okay. Opponent develops a Darcy. Would I rather cycle Raugrin Triome than kill the Darcy? I believe that is not what I am supposed to do. Okay, let's hold up Flame Blessed Bolt and cycling the Triome. I think that's likely enough to be relevant this turn. That I am not supposed to play the Steam Vents tapped. I wonder if I was supposed to Flame Blessed Bolt the Dragon's Rage Channeler. I don't think so, because if they had another 1-mana spell, there was the potential that they could make it into a 3/3. And Flame Blessed Bolt is definitely better against Phoenix. Okay, Chandra is painful.
You want to play with fire, huh?
I think Crackling Drake competes with Storming Entity for space. Yeah, I agree. And I generally just think Crackling Drake has historically done a better job of filling that role. Okay, so we do get to hardcast Shark Typhoon eventually, which is interesting. But I have to consider whether or not I can race this Chandra ultimating. I will not... I guess I can always Flame Blessed Bolt it. Right? So it goes to 6 here. Then on my turn I play Shark Typhoon. It goes up to 7, and then on my turn I Flame Blessed Bolt it before I can ultimate? Yeah, okay. So we're fine. Yeah, the opponent has been playing as though they have Dispute very hard. Much agreed on that aspect. Okay. So because I don't have 2 mana, there's nothing I can cycle into here that's meaningful. I'm probably going to Flame Blast Bolt the Ox, but I believe I might as well cycle in response. Yeah, so Aether Gust would have actually rewarded me for having played an untapped land. Oh well. Jeez. Okay, 2 Arclight Phoenixes is awkward. Thoughts on Jeskai, Velomachus, and Historic Best of 3 right now? I don't think that there's any reason to be doing Jeskai, Velomachus, and Best of 3. There's not enough power there, and it's like vulnerable to every type of common hate in the format. Probably just supposed to get rid of Ox here. Alright, well, I think resolving Shark Typhoon is my hope this game, but it's not a very good hope. I think even the Time Walk version of Velomachus would probably not be very good right now. It's just not a good spot to be when Control is a popular deck in the meta, and especially not when it plays Rest in Peace. Alright, well, they found Brazen Borrower in their top 3 cards. Well, I guess top 4 cards, huh? That means that I lose. I'm going to have to spend 5 mana here to get rid of Chandra before it ultimates. Oh, they never even had Mystical Dispute, actually, did they? Wow. Alright, kudos to them for bluffing it that hard. So, 2 Phoenixes come back. I could top deck Anger of the Gods here, which might not leave me in a terrible spot. Actually, if I top deck Anger of the Gods right now, I can probably win this. Hinata. Interesting. Okay. That's pretty good, provided they don't have Mystical Dispute. They don't. Okay. Alright, let's get rid of Chandra. Now, unfortunately, they are going to be able to kill the Hinata. What's my best way around that? Not really any way around that, is there? Why not just gust the Chandra? As in, why not do that now? That is the plan to do now. I think I'm supposed to let them draw, play the Chandra, -4 the Hinata, and then I get to Magma Opus to kill the Chandra. Wouldn't compare events to ladder. No, but the Arena Open, I would compare pretty directly to events, at least day 2, which is what you should be practicing for. Alright, ping, ping. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Because I waited for this time, there's not really a point in tapping the mana anymore. We're only going to draw 1 card. It is Opus. That's a very good draw. Now, the Dragon's Rage Channeler has to attack, which means they don't have a blocker to protect the Narset. Which means me drawing a land to cast this Opus would be pretty good. They found a blocker to protect the Narset. That's going to be a problem. The Hero of Dominaria is pretty good, though. Maybe. They're very incentivized to not block here. Given that they chose to play the Dragon's Rage Channeler instead of the Borrower, it implies they want to block, but I'm at 11, so they shouldn't really. Okay. So I'm assuming I want to just cycle Shark Typhoon for 5. Should I play Teferi, uptick, I don't get to draw a card, and then represent Shark Typhoon for 2 to block a Phoenix? I feel like that's worse than just cycling Shark Typhoon for 5. Since then I have a flying blocker that can actually block. Alright, so they're incentivized to attack with everything. Should I do this for 4 instead of 5? I have 1 Flame Blessed Bolt that I could hit. What's the advantage of me doing it for 5? That I can clock my opponent faster. Is that likely to ever be relevant? I think the very, very small edge of me hitting the Flame Blessed Bolt here is higher impact than this shark being a 5/5. I think. I believe I'm supposed to go for the Dragon's Rage Channeler. So then we go down to 2. And I need to hit an untapped land so that I can Magma Opus.
I shall miss you and keep an open mind.
And the top deck Test of Talents, and we don't find the land. I believe that probably makes me dead. I can Teferi, down tick. I've only got 1 blocker. There might... Is there a way Lightning Helix could save me? I don't think so. Oh, does this actually do it if my opponent misplays? No, I think I'm 1 mana short. Ah, shoot. Yeah. Yeah, I'm 1 mana short. Narset digs 1 deeper. Yeah, but because they have Test of Talents, I needed them to test something if I wanted to resolve anger. So there was no way I could ever actually resolve anger. By doing Expressive Iteration, I could like bait them into testing the Expressive Iteration, then play Narset and hit Lightning Helix, but I think that still didn't do it. But yeah, here I think with 3 mana, I definitely had an out. Oh, they're not even going to play the Borrower? Okay, well, the out relied on them making a mistake there that they didn't make. Well, that went surprisingly more stable than I would have expected, considering how absolutely nuts that went for the opponent with the Ox and the Chandra that I just didn't answer. That I suppose I should be somewhat impressed. The Teferi definitely didn't seem super relevant that game, but is that representative? I do not know. I could see that possibly on the draw maybe I'm not supposed to play the second Teferi and I'm supposed to play another Anger of the Gods instead, but I think we stick with it here. What the Sphinx revealed, and Name no Nai, I'm guessing? Thanks for the follows, y'all. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Well, this hand's garbage, so we'll keep and see what happens. Why not cast the Opus and hope your opponent messes up? Hope the opponent messes up is how I get 80% of the wins. 90% of the wins. I didn't have a way on 2 mana to actually stop them from having lethal there. I don't believe. Because I had 1 blocker and there were 3 lethal attackers. And I could have... I guess I could have tapped down 2 of them. Done damage to their face, to my creature, to their other Phoenix, and to the Hinata. And then chump blocked with the Hinata. I think I'm probably supposed to cycle this Raugrin Triome. So I don't think that I play it on turn 1. Playing out the Steam Vins instead of the Spirebluff Canal here is a little dicey. It means I don't get to play into white mana next turn, unless I accept Spirebluff Canal being a tap land in the future. But I think most of the time I'm just going to play Narset next turn. So that should probably be okay. Darcy holding up blue mana, huh? Could cycle Magma Opus into Teferi plus Aether Gust. That's probably not a good idea. Opponent had no mystical disputes revealed in game 2. If I get this Narset Mystical Disputed with the Dragon's Rage Channeler in play, I'm in a lot of trouble. The alternative is I pass to my opponent's turn, let them do stuff at sorcery speed. I think I just have to play the Narset here. I just don't have enough alternatives that are actually meaningful.
Encounter no obstacles.
Do I downtick the Narset? I don't believe so. Rules question on Hinata. If I target a creature with tap and target the same creature with damage, that's still 1 target. Yes. So in that case, your Opus, assuming everything else is distributed as much as possible, would cost 3 rather than costing 2. What's the opponent's sleeve? I believe it's one of the new sleeves that they just added in a patch for the new Streets of Capenna expansion. I'm not sure which of the families it's supposed to be, though. Alright, let's go ahead and downtick the Narset, because I absolutely want more Aether Gusts, I think. The other Narset is also tempting, but I think I'm just supposed to take another Aether Gust, because I can just cast Aether Gusts here anyway. They all look the same. I mean, most Magic set symbols wind up looking the same. But despite that, I have somehow gotten to the point where I know what every Magic set symbol that exists is. So it kind of just takes a lot of practice. I could Aether Gust this Dragon's Rage Channeler here. Is that what I want to do? I think that's what I'm supposed to want to do. Mana efficiency and all that.
Trust me. You know what? I'm not done.
There's no mana efficiency to be had if I don't have a 2-drop to play with my next 2 mana, but yeah, I kind of suspected that they would probably just end up playing the Arclight Phoenix again, since that's what they did last turn into the Narset. And if I hadn't Aether Gusted the 1/1, then they would still be killing the Narset here regardless, because it would be at 1 loyalty.
You are a mighty warrior. I can see.
Flame Blessed Bolt is excellent. Like that a lot. Alright, well, let's go ahead and Expressive Iteration. I could Magma Opus here, but I don't think that there's actually very much point in that. It's not a super great Expressive Iteration, if we're being honest, but oh well. Alright, let's just... should I actually get rid of this Phoenix now? I don't think I'm supposed to. I do have to play around Test of Talents, I guess. The concern is if my opponent has an Unholy Heat, they can Unholy Heat their Phoenix in response to my Flame Blessed Bolt here, which is sort of annoying, but if I did that during combat, that wouldn't really be as much of a problem because the Phoenix would already be attacking. I think I'm supposed to play around Test of Talents enough that... No, you know what? I think I'm actually okay. If my opponent has Test of Talents in hand, I don't think it's the end of the world for them to Test of Talents my Flame Blessed Bolt instead of my Magma Opus. We know the opponent is running Test of Talents because they had it last game. But I agree that it is not a very typical card, and I would not usually play around it out of Phoenix most of the time. Second Phoenix for opponent. Sprite Dragon. Opponent passed their opportunity to pump the Sprite Dragon with anything that wasn't Test of Talents. Sweet. Anger is stellar. Our Teferi has not died. Opponent has 1 mana remaining. They get to see our hand. Was them getting to see my hand enough of a reason to wait on the Flame Blessed Bolt? Or to wait on the Raugrin Triome cycle? I don't think so, because if I hitting the Flame Blessed Bolt they're about to exile is the best thing that could happen to me there. Okay, so let's uptick to Teferi, see what happens. Magma Opus. Okay, so on my end of turn, I can Magma Opus and kill both these creatures, which leaves them drawing a card and able to cast Faithless Looting with 2 Phoenixes to get back. Alternatively, I can Anger, which mostly clears the board, although still leaves my Teferi dead to a Phoenix coming back anyway. I think I'm supposed to Magma Opus, which means we set an in-step stop, float 2 mana, resolve Teferi, boop boop. What? Oh, I got 7 mana. Shoot, I could have played Hall of the Storm Giants there, and I should have. Do we play around Spell Pierce? Not really. Having the Anger means that I'm, like, not super concerned about Spell Pierce. And, like... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just angering there is better, but I feel pretty safe. Okay, so they do have Crackling Drakes as well. I do feel pretty safe just having Anger of the Gods. So here come the 2 Phoenixes. I think that was enough. Yes, which means that our Teferi dies, and then we just anger away the Phoenixes. And now we get to play Narset. So we're, like, pretty safe.
This is hardly my worst.
Another Aether Gust sounds great. This is where I wish I had played all the Storm Giants last turn, because now I have to play Deserted Beach instead. So we get to just play Narset, make our opponent's life extra hard. Opponent has to consider now instead of on their turn.
I have practiced against many. Hone your
I am more than happy to downtick Narset at this point. I don't actually need my Narset to be in play very much. Okay, opponent's got a Narset, that's fine. We have a 4/4, which I hear is pretty good. Our opponent has drawn like an exceptionally low number of Unholy Heats, which is kind of stellar for us. Expressive Iteration. Gross. Alright, opponent. You want to resolve Expressive Iteration with no mana held up? Opponent cashes in their Negate. Turns their Negate into an Anticipate, which, spoilers, was a mistake. They should not have done that. Negate is better than an Anticipate. Let's see. Combat. Let's kill a Narset.
My mind needs a rest.
Let's go ahead and cast an Expressive Iteration. Let's go ahead and put a Hinata. Oh, no, we're done. Alright. Rank up. They didn't turn their Negate into an Anticipate. They kind of did. I mean, they turned their Negate into resolving an Anticipate. They countered my Time Walk. Is that what would have happened? Because I feel like them having Negate in hand and having Expressive Iteration on top of their deck was like objectively better than them not having Negate and having a random card in hand and an unknown random, well, an Anticipate card in hand and a random card on top. Okie dokie. Well, this hand has magic cards, so it's a keep. Once again, I believe I'm probably supposed to plan on cycling Raugrin Triome because we have a decent amount of cards in hand. I will lead on Steam Vents. That's probably technically... Oh, no. Was I supposed to lead on Hallowed Fountain because I have some Spirebluff Canals in the deck? Or was leading on Steam Vents because I have the Flamblessed Bolts better? Huh. Am I going to do a new Capenna set review? I believe so, although I'm probably going to have to put some thought into... Now that's a tricky choice. I believe that I play the Hall of the Storm Giants here because my opponent's on a control deck and I'm not likely to need to use Lightning Helix this turn or next turn. Or they could be on Phoenix. Whoops. I didn't know Phoenix played Hall of the Storm Giants. I'm going to have to do some thinking about how to do the new Capenna set review in a way that's a little more time efficient than the previous one. Because putting up multi-hour YouTube videos is not the right way to do it, I think. Hey, Suddenly Seeking Stimuli. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate the support. Okay, this is beginning to look like my opponent isn't on Phoenix, except they played Opt, and I don't know any deck that plays Opt other than Phoenix. So I'm still a little confused. When will the full set be revealed? I'm not sure when the full set is getting revealed. Alright. I'm going to hope that I do not get punished for not holding up Lightning Helix here, but we shall see. Hey, Captain Albert. Thanks for the cheer. I appreciate it. Could be a Niv blue-red control deck. A Niv? No, this just has to be Phoenix. Just a weird start. I can't imagine anything else this could be. Well, can't do anything about that. Well, 11 p.m. being when I have been taking to waking up recently is not as much of an inconvenience as it might have been at other times. Always happy to answer questions at 11. Well, I mean, I guess the implication is actually when I wake up, but... Alright, so we've got 2 spells cast here. Phoenix to the yard. Nothing else done? Okay, sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Mizzix's Mastery, a little late to be relevant at this point in the game. Although, Mizzix's Masterying against Phoenix just generally isn't super great, because Sorcery Speaking Opus isn't very good against them. But Teferi's pretty decent. Let's see, instant sorcery creature. No land, so Unholy Heat does not yet kill the Teferi. We have a Faithless Looting. How many Phoenixes? Only 1 Phoenix. Delightful. 2 lands. Alright, Unholy Heat now kills the Phoenix. Very sad. Highly disappointing. We lack a 3rd red source to kick the Mizzix's Mastery, but I'm sure we can find a way around that eventually. Such as cycling Magma Opus for a 3rd red source. That is the 2nd spell of the turn. Flame Blessed Bolt. Gone. Land. Gone. Unholy Heat. Oh, Jwari Disruptioning an Unholy Heat that would have killed a Teferi is very satisfying. Alright, 1 Phoenix come back. 1 Phoenix do not kill Teferi. So I could Opus the Phoenix here. I suspect I'm probably not supposed to do that.
Let's skip to the good part.
Let's just go ahead and Expressive Iteration. I will go ahead and take this Archmage's Charm. That feels like that's probably good. Take a Raugrin Triome, play a Raugrin Triome. Get some extra mana. And so now we, like, get to kill things and counter things, and, like, technically cycle Magma Opus eventually, and then, like, kick Mizzix's Mastery, which hopefully wins the game at some point. Ooh. How are we going to pronounce this one? Domain Zanu? I'm going to go with Domain Zanu. Even though I don't actually think that's how Anu is spelled, so that's probably not. Either way, thanks for following. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Okay. So what do we got? Opponent taking damage. Opponent attacking Teferi. Yeah, Phoenix dying seems correct. I definitely don't have Delirium. I'm actually closer to Delirium than I was expecting, though. So, no stealing Archmage's Charm, or no stealing Dragon's Rage Channeler with Archmage's Charm and then blocking. Narset. Gross. I'm gonna counter that. I don't want my opponent to have a card draw. Sounds like something that would be lame. Let's see. Uptick Teferi, so that my Teferi doesn't die. Narset's a pretty great draw, because that inconveniences my opponent's attempts to play Ox of Agonis.
Ways to defeat you. Pick one.
If I down-tick Narset, it dies to 1 Dragon's Rage Channeler, which I just don't think is what I'm supposed to be about. So let's develop our tap lands. Make the opponent's life awkward. Howdy, Camacito. I'm doing pretty good. Alright, so we have 1 Lightning Helix. Okay, Brazen Borrower. Bouncing... who? I wonder, do I have lethal here? Okay, so they bounce the Narset so that they can play the Ox. I might have lethal here. It's 8 damage. Plus 6 is 14? So no, not lethal. Wait. 19. Okay, we do have lethal if the opponent doesn't have a blocker. Sweet. Let's see if the opponent doesn't have a blocker. I feel like the opponent is going to feel extremely cheated if this works out successfully. But they're going to play the Ox, aren't they? Oh, no, I can tap down the Ox with a Magma Opus. Okay, yeah, but still lethal. Wait, no, it doesn't matter how many blockers they have. I'm going to get to tap down 4 things. Oh. Oh, this is going to be delightful.
I'll have a better plan next time.
Play the Ox, play the Ox, play the Ox, play the Ox, play the Ox. Alright, right? 8 plus 9? Wait, how is 8 plus 9 lethal? Isn't that only 17? That might only be 17. It does complicate this. However, my life total is 23, so... I don't know. Should be fine. I'm sure we can just top deck a Magma Opus. Oh, we didn't. Lame. Oh well. Alright, so let's go ahead and... 6 plus 8, yeah, still only 14. So let's kill the Ox. So we're going to steal a Dragon's Rage Channeler. We're going to deal 2 damage and 2 damage, and 1 damage and 3 damage. So I guess this doesn't really matter, as far as I can tell. Alright, let's go ahead and put Archmage's Charm in hand. And Anger the Gods back in the library and exile Mizzix's Mastery forever, because why not? Oh, hey, cool, Hinata. Alright, well, I think that still went okay, regardless. It's not incredibly easy for Phoenix to do 32 damage here. I think their logic behind not scooping is that they do have the Ox in the graveyard at that point, so maybe there's actually a justification for me not killing the Ox. But also, like, I was drawing a lot of cards. But yeah, I think it probably was more correct for me to not kill the Ox in that spot. I am just leaving myself pretty wide open. This is true. Let's see, we have Planeswalker land in the graveyard. So with Dragon's Rage Channeler, it's probably going to be relatively easy to get Delirium here. Go ahead and Surveil. We're putting a sorcery in the yard. I definitely don't want to land. Okay. I like the idea of an Archmage's Charm in hand, and I don't hate the idea of casting another Expressive Iteration, although it's possible that would be wrong. Alright, let's go ahead and play Narset and see what happens. How does the opponent feel about that? Don't want a land.
I train every day. No one is more prepared than me.
Alright, let's activate Narset, find out what happens.
Meditate.
Ooh, Lightning Helix and Commit both sound fun. So if I Lightning Helix a Sprite Dragon, then I can also play Expressive Iteration. Attack with everything. Opponent chump blocks one thing, takes 7. Would it be better to commit? I guess that does put memory in the graveyard. No, I mean, it's probably better for me to cast Expressive Iteration. Oh, I guess I could have committed the Ox. That probably was actually better. No, let's put Archmage's Charm on top. That's probably a good card. I don't know. I guess it... I assume we're probably in a world where letting my opponent have the Ox is wrong. Oh, also Mary. Thanks for resubbing. I continue to appreciate it. Alright, well, yeah, let's just cast Expressive. I mean, this probably just turns in... Oh, okay. Well, no, it turns into a Magma Opus, which is lethal. Alright, opponent, your job seems pretty hard here, considering there's a Narset in play at the start of the turn. Okay, Unholy Heat, answering Narset. That was the start. Do we think they can put together 35 damage? I wonder if you can do a 0 win con deck, but just add creature lands as your only win con. I assume that'd be pretty easy. I could probably get that to like a 60% win rate without too much trouble. As we proved before with Blue-White Dirtle, the hardest part is really figuring out what pile of cards you're allowed to play that aren't win cons. But like, we got to like, what was it, 48%? Even with a deck that physically couldn't win? So if we were actually capable of winning, I imagine that's probably like another 15% on top of that. Did I see the new Esper removal? The 3-mana not quite Vindicate thing? I did. Oh, I guess they could have won if they had some way to give Crackling Drake haste. But, yeah, this... I don't think this wins. On account of them being tapped out and incapable of dealing with Magma Opus. Oh no, Flame Blast Bolt. That doesn't go to my opponent's face. Rawr, I'm a burn deck. Good times, good times. Yeah, so the new instant speed Esper removal is white, blue, black for destroy target non-land permanent, I think? It wasn't exile, right? It's certainly flexible, but I have a difficult time believing that pre-rotation that'll be powerful enough to see play. I don't know. I have a history of underrating flexibility and overrating tempo. Or, well, I guess I would say that I don't do either of those things. I think everyone else does the opposite of that thing. I'm not super excited about a card that you have to spend 3 mana to remove something with. Is this one of my brews? Sort of. I mean, Jeskai is mostly an existent shell, but otherwise I put together the Hinata aspects of it. Can't be countered. Okay. Yeah, that might be relevant. That does make it a good answer to Hinata, if you want to spend 4 mana to answer Hinata. Which, I guess, you do. So what did we say we wanted to do here? Shark Typhoons, Flame Blast Bolt, Anger, Aether Gusts, Trim Teferi, Trim Gearhulk, Trim Commit, Trim Archmage's Charms, bring in Mystical Disputes, Trim Lightning Helix, Trim Mizzix's Masteries. I'm still not certain that I should actually be at 4 Magma Opus if I'm boarding out of everything else and sticking with 3 Hinatas. What else was I still doing here? I think I was debating whether I wanted to be on like 1 Mizzix's Mastery, 1 Commit, 1 Archmage's Charm, 1 Lightning Helix. I don't think I want 1 extra Teferi. I'm going to assume that I'm probably okay trying 1 Mizzix's Mastery. But I feel like matchups where you don't... I'm assuming that the heuristic is, if you want Mizzix's Mastery in a matchup, it's because going turn 2 cycle Opus, turn 3 Mastery Opus needs to be good, and I don't actually think that's good against Phoenix. I gotta keep this. Not allowed to mulligan, but also this hand needs 1 land drop, and it's excellent. It can even cast Flame Blast Bolt on turn 2. Alright, come on, deck. We can do it. We're mostly lands. I believe in you. Tainted Indulgence seems like your jam. Which one was Tainted Indulgent? Indulgence. Alright, so we might be in trouble here. We're going to go ahead and get rid of the Opus. Okay, what was the name of the old version of this that got played in Godpharaoh's Gift? Draw 2, then discard a card for 2 mana. But this one is, you don't have to discard a card if there are 5 or more mana values amongst cards in your graveyard, and it's instant speed instead of sorcery speed. Soul's Guide Lantern. Okay. It's kind of fine by me. Oops. Alright, well, this isn't quite working as intended. We're going to get rid of Teferi because that costs too much mana. Chandra's a problem. Would be less of a problem if I had a 4th land. Well, 2nd land. 2 mana for the opponent. Dragon's Rage Channeler. Alright, and Fluting. We are definitely going to respond by Flame Blast Bolting the Dragon's Rage Channeler. Don't want that randomly turning into a 3/3. Alright, let's draw an untapped land. Tap land wasn't quite what we were looking for. That does not do me any favors in terms of getting to Aether Gust the Chandra. Okay. Opponent plays a 6 mana Chandra, which is exciting because that means I'm a lot more favored in game 3 because this isn't a good card. Let's see. Taking some damage. Okay. Land drop successfully hit. That's good. I think the problem is my opponent has 5 mana and a Soul Guide Lantern that they can crack to draw a card, so I can't hit the Torch of Defiance now. I think I'm supposed to hit the Torch of Defiance later? Like near the end of their turn. Alright, draw 2, discard 2. They discard an Opt. Well, it has worrying implications about the quality of their hand. Okay, now stop it. I could go ahead and hit this 6 mana Chandra and then hit the Torch of Defiance at sorcery speed, considering they haven't actually ticked up this yet. That might be a good idea. I'm going to go with that's probably a good idea, but I'm also sort of torn because I think the 4 mana Chandra is a lot stronger here and a more important to answer threat. Negate. Alright. Well. That does make my choices less relevant.
No pressure.
Take a little bit of damage. The Hall of Storm Giants is gonna be annoying. Alright, you get to play Raugrin Triome. You must answer Torch of Defiance, because I can't beat that ultimate. A difficult position we find ourselves in. Here comes Torch of Defiance, so I would like to top deck,
I know I'm on
I
track.
guess, another Lightning Helix,
Or is it getting a little warm in here?
so that I can kill the Torch of Defiance with the Lightning Helixes. Pithing Needle doesn't really matter. They probably should have named Shark Typhoon here. Okay, Hallowed Fountain's interesting. Find a Lightning Helix? Probably... yes. Okay. So I get to take a Magma Opus, which I think is probably going to be important. If I have any way of coming back from this game, it's probably going to be through that. Alright, so we get to Lightning Helix, the Chandra, play the Hallowed Fountain.
Now you've done it.
I think I'm probably just dead to them upticking the Chandra because I didn't top deck a second Lightning Helix. Because they animate the Hall of Storm Giant here and put me down to 8. They might miss that line, which would give me some hope. Don't think they're about to miss that line. Yeah, that complicates things. They have... them having 2 Pithing Needles post-board is also pretty good for me. Because I don't think that's actually a very good card against me. Anger of the Gods, so worthless. No. Okay, I need to make this land drop, I think. So I'm going to cycle... oh, I can't cycle this at sorcery speed because then they downtick the Awakened Inferno on it. Shoot. Okay, so I have to Lightning Helix Chandra.
Whatever. Figure it out on your own.
The two extremely useless Anger of the Gods are definitely not good here. I guess there was a world in which they couldn't activate the Hall of the Storm Giants, and then I got to cycle the Magma Opus.
Hope it's not too hot for you.
But we did not get there. Which I believe means that I cannot get to the point where I can kick Mizzix's Mastery, which I believe was my out. This Narset also doesn't help in any way. Or at least I don't believe the Narset helps in any way.
There are so many mysteries to uncover. Keep an open mind.
Well, there's all those lands we needed a little earlier. Yeah, that's a bummer. That was a super winnable game. But I needed the second land a turn or two earlier. Do we do any changes? I don't believe so. 2 Pithing Needles in Phoenix is like so insane alongside Soul Guide Lantern. But I wonder if Soul Guide Lantern means I'm not supposed to play the Mizzix's Mastery. Does that mean I can afford to play the 4th Magma Opus? I don't super think so. I wonder if I'm just supposed to play the Commit then? Probably. If my opponent's deciding to play 6-mana Chandra, Commit seems fine. Alright, this hand has spells that I can cast and lands that I can play, and that's basically my level of standard. I shouldn't lie. That's not actually my standards. My standards are quite a bit lower than that, as proven by the last game. Lightning Helix and Aether Gust are pretty stellar, though, and I hear Expressive Iteration is decent, too. Howdy, Cunning Fox. How goes it? I don't really want to play Expressive Iteration here, I don't believe. So let's just get these tap lands all up and out of the way. I think I want to try to play out Hinata on 5, and then Aether Gust held up alongside it. Okay, Mystical Dispute here is kind of interesting, because I could jam Expressive Iteration. If they counter it, so be it. I just pass holding up Aether Gust. I could also do nothing. I kind of like doing nothing. I am doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. Expressive Iteration? No. This isn't necessarily Mystical Dispute because they were holding up Soul Guide Lantern activation. Could just as easily be that. But given that they are representing Mystical Dispute here, I think I would rather just play Expressive Iteration. Yeah. Okay. That's fine by me. We do need to top deck some card advantage at some point. I do believe I'm probably obligated to Aether Gust the Expressive Iteration. Let me put it back on top. Okay. Don't dislike another land drop. I do like an Expressive Iteration, because that probably eats a Mystical Dispute if they've got... Well, no. I guess... Okay... We have a slight problem. kind of obligated to play the Hinata here, which is a problem because now they're just kind of going to counter it. If they have a counter. Well, my opponent drew a card, which was not a counterspell, because the card on top was Expressive Iteration. That's a start. We're at a point where it would be very good to draw Shark Typhoons. Okay, opponent rattles off a ton of cantrips. Think I'm okay with that? Hinata doesn't line up stellarly against any of their planeswalkers, unfortunately. It's right in the very easy to kill range. I was going to ask, where are we at on the Unholy Heat spectrum? Unfortunately, the answer is precisely dead too. Alright, I believe I want to hold up the ability to play Commit through Mystical Dispute. But Commit's a very good draw, especially when we are flooding out this much. Okay, we don't really care about Dragon's Rage Channeler. Do I want to kill that before my opponent can surveil more? I believe the answer is probably yes. No counterspell interaction. Interesting to see. Opponent kept a card on top. Presumably wishes to keep the card on top again. Sure. Chandra is not a card I would like to have my opponent resolve this turn. Am I supposed to cast Memory or wait? Phoenix is not a deck I'm super excited about allowing to draw 7 cards. I believe I'm probably supposed to wait. I'm 1 mana away from getting to have Narset and Memory in the same turn. Okay, cool. I don't care about Chandra very much. I care a little bit, but not a lot.
No pressure.
Would love to draw Magma Opus. Teferi's also, like, absolutely stellar. Can you hit Planeswalkers? You can. Ugh. Alright, well, we're gonna get rid of you for the time being then, since the other Chandra can't hit Planeswalkers. I could have upticked Teferi, made them -5 my Teferi, and then Lightning Helixed it. But I'm assuming I get more average value out of it this way.
Yup, you're going down.
Used to be Torch of Defiance could hit Planeswalkers, which would make this wrong, but now that is no longer the case. So I could Lightning Helix Torch and then cast Memory. Casting Memory is a lot less scary with a bunch of Teferi mana in play, and my opponent's killing Teferi next turn anyway. I think that I am supposed to do that.
Nobody tells me what to do.
I'm not supposed to uptick Teferi until after I Memory. Do I play Irrigated Farmland? It means having 1 less mana this turn, which is kind of a big deal. It's 4 mana versus 5 mana. But it also removes Irrigated Farmland as being a card that I could draw, which is sort of valuable. Except drawing Irrigated Farmland isn't the worst thing ever either. because I could cycle it at some point. I could also uptick Teferi. No, I can't try to hit Narset, really. I think I'm supposed to play it and then memory. Okay, that's a super stacked hand that I'm extremely excited by. Upticking Teferi is first isn't very good, because it is better if we hit something super good, like Narset, but I also lose the card when I cast Memory. So most of the just medium cards would be kind of bad to hit there. Alright, so here on upkeep, let's go ahead and get rid of that Chandra before it can tap to make mana. It's a real bummer I don't have an Aether Gust here. Well, I guess it doesn't even need to tap to make mana, does it? Make mana, period. We have one emblem that's going to ping us for the rest of the game. That is currently acceptable-ish. We have Hinata and Opus next turn, which is also acceptable-ish. We have an Ugin. Wow, my opponent's post-board plan is really bad against control. Huh. Okay, let's go ahead and tax that. Okay, so they uptick on Teferi, which gives them the ability to downtick on Hinata. Alternatively, I could just play the Teferi and downtick on the Ugin. Is that better? I don't have an easy way to kill the Ugin here is the problem. So I think I'm kind of obligated to Teferi and downtick on the Ugin.
I know what must be done.
Unholy Heat now answers Teferi. Oh, I should have Hinata'd first and then played Teferi. That would have been much better than what I just did. I was thinking I was playing around Mystical Dispute, but I would have played around Mystical Dispute either way. Alright, that's a pretty bad Expressive Iteration, unfortunately. Having Aether Gust is fine, I suppose. Alright, so that lets them rebuy the Ugin. Although they kept a card on top, so they don't get the Ugin for free. Okay, well, that's good for me. Okay. Narset is fine.
Are bound by threads of time.
Although it makes Opus worse. I presume that probably grabs the Ugin. Yeah. Which wouldn't be nearly as much of a problem if I actually had my 3-mana counter spells, but oh well. I don't think I'm supposed to save Teferi here, given that they already have the Narset in play anyway. It's not too useful.
Really should have seen that coming.
Do I want to play the Expressive Iteration before the Hinata? Do I want to play the Expressive Iteration at all? I can't hard cast Opus if they counter Hinata. think that means I'm probably supposed to play Expressive Iteration. Am I playing this Narset? I believe I probably am. I think this might mean that I'm not playing the Hinata this turn. I think I want to Flame Blessed Bolt this Bright Dragon in response to this. That way they're locked out of the counter and out of the additional draw into instant speed spells here. Looks like that was a good idea.
Those who cannot perceive beyond home your prowess.
More Aether Gusts is certainly awkward. I don't believe I'm supposed to play the Hinata. I am supposed to play the Hinata, because as it stands, they can just uptick Ugin on the Narset, and that's not acceptable. Mystical Dispute? Yeah, alright, that's a problem.
I have just the trick for this.
So in a weird way, I've actually overboarded into removal. Well, I've specifically overboarded into Aether Gusts, I guess. If these were just Archmage's Charms, I'd be pretty set to win this. Huh.
Such violence is upsetting.
Soul Guide Lantern, that's fine. It's just Ugin specifically that I actually don't have answers for, which is a weird spot to be in. There we go. Shark Typhoon's pretty good at answering Ugin, thankfully. Maybe I shouldn't have downticked on the Narset. I think it was pretty important to downtick on the Narset. It was a pretty big mistake of them to have upticked the Ugin at this point, because now they can't attack with all the Storm Giants, unless they have, like, a Brazen Borrower. Okay, well... Yeah, I kind of have to Aether Gust that, which is a shame, because now I have to make a smaller Shark Typhoon. Which is a problem. But I can't really let them have an Infinity 4. That just blocks Shark Typhoon pretty effectively. Petty Theft would be bad. Yep, they have the Petty Theft. Alright, draw a card. Back to it being hard to kill Ugin again. Windy Ultimate 10. Draw 7 cards. Huh. I'm 1 mana short of playing Narset and Magma Opus in the same turn. I think that means I need to take Shark Typhoon. So I play Narset, and I have to not down ticket here out of respect for Brazen Borrower.
Many foes like you.
I don't know if I can actually afford to block this Brazen Borrower. I don't think that my opponent... Wow, they don't play the Brazen Borrower. Okay. Yeah, so the Narset denies the draw 7 from the Ugin Ultimate currently as long as the Narset is in play. That is currently pretty important. So if they attack the Narset with the Hall, I have to block the Hall. They just go for uptick Ugin on the Narset. That's a good start. The Crackling Drake currently does not draw a card, so I think I'm allowed to let it resolve. Yeah, the anger's not very relevant. Magma Opus, however, is pretty good. I imagine they end up trading the Crackling Drake here. No? Are they going to trade the Brazen Borrower? Really? Okay. I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, I think I need to be okay with that. No. Okay. They go for this. That's fine. I mean, it's probably not fine, but it functions. We are going to Opus, but it doesn't need to be now. There's a pretty strong chance that they have an incentive to activate the Hall of the Storm Giants here, and I kind of wanted to wait until after they did that, but it looks like that shall not be happening. I'm in trouble if they counterspell this Opus, though. Yeah. Wish I had Negate. Okay, don't think I can beat that.
I won't forget our time.
Probably? Maybe. No, I took out the Magma Opus, didn't I? Or I took out the Mizzix's Mastery. It's also not super good with the Soul Guide Lantern in play. I was kind of assuming from last game that they were light on creatures, but that felt like such a wrong decision for them to make that I didn't actually board around it. But it seems that I should have. It kind of forces them to cycle and then put the Chandra in play before they can start upticking. Expressive Iteration isn't helpful. Can I beat Hall of the Storm Giants here? That's definitely going to be the tough part of this. I can beat a lot of the other stuff, but I don't know that I can beat Hall of the Storm Giants.
Hope it's not too hot for you.
The Sprite Dragon getting up to a 4/4 is also pretty tough. Hinata. Well, that's interesting. Curious they chose not to play the Ox. Would I rather kill the Sprite Dragon or draw one card? I think I need to draw one card. So we target those two. We target you and you. This also opens me up to counter spells, which sort of sucks. Yeah, they did cut their Phoenixes, it would seem, which I assumed they didn't because they kept in Faithless Looting, which you're just not supposed to do if you don't have Phoenixes. I was supposed to keep this stop here. I wanted to Aether Gust the Chandra. Well, luckily I still get to. Maybe I'm not supposed to, actually. Huh. So they might make the mistake of Chandraing something other than doing 4 damage to the Hinata. Cool, okay, sweet. They did indeed make that mistake. But now they have hit the Hinata, which makes this even worse. I guess. Okay, I think I just have to let that happen then. I don't think it's worth Aether Gusting right now. The Soul Guide Lantern being in play really is making the Aether Gust kind of awkward at this stage in the game. We're approaching the point where my life total matters too much, and I can't really deal 27 damage to the opponent particularly easily. How many Magma Opuses have I already used? One? One? Oh, is it really only one? Two. Okay. Yeah, that complicates things. So if I draw 2 more Magma Opuses, I might be able to win this. If the opponent doesn't have anything relevant and continues playing questionable-ish. Jeez. Either gets the Crackling Drake, take 9. Nope. Okay. So, what did we learn there? That Ugin is apparently hard for this deck to beat, I guess, is the biggest lesson? Oh, right, yeah, we cut one. That's true, so there was only one left. Is the answer that we can't actually afford to cut Archmage's Charm? No, because I don't think that I'm supposed to respect that as a sideboard plan. Which is like a mean way to say that, but like, I'm supposed to just board the way that's good against the good Phoenix plan, not the way that is playing Ugin against me and no creatures. Alrighty, what do we got? We got magic cards. Alright. I believe I'm just supposed to have Jwari Disruption on turn 2 here. I wonder wonder if drawing Opus recontextualized that. Does it make me want to play Hinata on turn 4 more aggressively? Well, luckily, it doesn't look like I need to consider that. I don't think Hinata on turn 4 is the way. Or at least I don't think that playing it on exactly turn 4 is what I'm supposed to prioritize. I think I'm supposed to prioritize getting Archmage's Charm to draw 2 here. But it makes me wish I had played Jwari Disruption on turn 2. Faithless Looting. That's almost worth countering. So that my opponent... Wait, I don't care if my opponent puts a bunch of Phoenixes into play. I have Anger of the Gods. I kind of want them to Faithless Looting and put all 4 Phoenixes into play, to be honest. I mean, not that going to 8 would actually be good, but... 1 Phoenix? Not 1 Phoenix. Oh, opponent... I mean, I guess that probably is still strictly better for me, but... It is sad. Flameless Bolt, huh? Interesting. So many options, and like all of them good. I assume I'm probably just supposed to anger the Phoenix away. Are there only Phoenix decks in Platinum? I think everybody's practicing the decks that they want to play for this weekend, and Phoenix is going to be the most popular one. Stormwing Entity. Aww. I'm assuming I'm just supposed to play Hinata. Double top. Yowzes. Alright, well, new plan. Teferi kill Stormwing Entity?
I know my role,
Whee! Alright, now do you kill my Teferi, opponent? Also, we hit a 6th land, so I get to Hinata plus Magma Opus regardless. 2 Phoenixes would make me sad here. No Phoenixes. Huzzah! Storming Entity. Okay, I can live with that. It does not yet kill Teferi. Unholy Heat definitely does, though. There's our Unholy Heat. Okay.
That didn't go according to
I guess. Ooh, a Narset. Exciting. I should have played the Hinata first and then shocked in after it. They could have technically just main deck Mystical Disputed me and there would have been no point to me having shocked, so... Although I doubt main deck Mystical Dispute is very common, it is still strictly incorrect of me to have done. I would like to, I think, do this. What you got at instant speed, opponent? 2 mana Unholy Heat, that's sort of annoying, but mostly fine. A Darcy, very well. Petty Theft. Oh, the raw brutality of it. I think I should be pretty favored here, though. Ooh. Torrential Gearhulk's fun because I get to wipe their board, but I think it's probably wrong. I think I'm just supposed to go Lightning Helix, the Stormwing Entity, Narset, don't downtick so that they can't play the Ox.
The focus and discipline
play as tapped Steam Vents and chill. Narset goes down to 2.
Sloppy technique.
Opponent considers on my upkeep. Understandable. So, presumably they wind up playing Brazen Borrower. I play Torrential Gearhulk, flashback Magma Opus, kill the Channeler and the Borrower. Draw 2. 1 unknown card. Hinata. So I could play Hinata Opus, but that doesn't actually kill the Channeler, although I have a 4/4 to block the Channeler. I'm assuming Gearhulk's probably stronger. Be in trouble if my opponent has a mystical dispute, though. Oh well. Oop. I would like to cast this Opus. Deal 3 damage, deal 1 damage. Ick. Alright, well, Unholy Heat means my opponent gets to draw 3 cards.
This was overwhelming.
I do still have a 5/6 and a 4/4 though, and a pile of cards, so like, I think I'm still favored regardless. Oh, Crackling Drake. Sweet, that means I get to hold up Archmage's Charm for the Ox. Alright, well, let's go ahead and swing. I'm assuming that I'm supposed to play Hinata to trade with the Crackling Drake and then Archmage's Charm in the Ox. If they wind up top decking like the 4th Unholy Heat to kill the Hinata, then I guess I have to cast Magma Opus to tap down the Crackling Drake, which would be a bummer. This looks like they top decked Fnatic. No, okay. Ox, right. I'm assuming they can just do that again, but now they're really restricted on mana. They didn't have enough mana to Ox because of the 2 tap lands. They blew a land after Crackling Drake. I forget what the situation was, but I kind of just thought they were going to Ox instead of Crackling Drake, but I guess developing the Crackling Drake first and trying to go for lethal is probably a sensible thing to do in that spot. Sure. Alright, well, if they Unholy Heat me, I win, I think. Well, maybe not. They could Unholy Heat me and then consider and maybe win? Can they do 15 there? I don't know. Ooh, okay, Fateless Looting. Have they played a land yet? Fateless Looting might win. If they can remove Hinata... No, they can't, because Hinata taxes things. Right, it has that effect. You can't even attack here, right? I mean, I guess you can, and then block Gearhulk. Either way. I'm willing to go to 3. Okay, my turn. Wait, you're not going to make me show you lethal? Are you sure? I mean, I guess the fact that I took it probably is, like, enough of a reason to say that I have lethal. Wow, this is very bright for some reason. Is that getting picked up on the stream? Like, the exposure on this is just super high? Weird. Okay, let's go with a bunch of Aether Gusts, a bunch of Mystical Disputes, a bunch of Shark Typhoons, a Flameblast Bolt, and an Anger of the Gods. Let's got the Mizzix's Mastery, Magma Opus, Torrential Gearhulk, Helix, Charms, and Teferi. Yeah, alright, that seems reasonable-ish. They had a blocker that could block the 5/6, which left them only going to 1. So they weren't, like, technically dead. His hand seems pretty decent. I think they were at 9 and not 8. I think. I could be wrong. Positive there's no post-board Ugin. I am of the opinion that regardless of whether there is a post-board Ugin, I refuse to respect the post-board Ugin at the current time. They were at 8? Oh, okay, if they were at 8, then yeah, they were dead. Not quite what I thought the situation was. Brazen Borrower? Oh no. I don't think that's what their deck wants to be doing on turn 3, though. Do I really want to Aether Gust Expressive Iteration? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I'm assuming it's worth it to shock here so that I can Aether Gust the Expressive Iteration and Lightning Helix the Brazen Borrower in the same turn. Zap. Well, this is an interesting set of cards. Hero of Dominaria is the weakest thing I can do into a counterspell, which, given the lack of anything else they're doing, seems to me to be the most likely thing they could have. Narset is good against Unholy Heat in this position. Bad against Brazen Borrower number 2, which is unlikely. Hinata, I think, just doesn't do enough to be worth playing. So I think I'm just supposed to play the Narset and assume that gets countered. Ooh, it doesn't. Okay. Sweet. Sweet! Oh, Narset, you're delicious. Fry. Oh, Narset, you're so good. Good work, Narset. Expressive Iteration. I'm kind of tempted to Mystical Dispute this. Forces the opponent to get a land, which they don't want to do. And resolves my Teferi. Like, forcing the opponent to get a land with this Expressive Iteration off the exile is basically like countering the exile half of it. Because they don't have too much use for more mana. Cool. They don't even hit a land, so they don't actually get a card off of it.
I'm not hurrying.
I'm actually really tempted to cycle this farmland, but I think my deck just wants mana enough that I'm okay not cycling it in this spot. More Expressive Iteration. Yeah, that's concerning. Cantrippings go away. Opponent puts Stormwing Entity in the graveyard. Wow. 2 Phoenixes to kill Teferi. Okay. Well, so then we get to anger and play Narset. And then presumably the Narset gets hit by an Unholy Heat. Instant creature, sorcery. Huh. Interesting. That looked like it was fast enough that I don't think they actually have an Unholy Heat. Does that make me play the Narset down tick or not? I don't think I play the Narset down tick for now. My mind tapping not Triumphs. I should untap Triumphs. That's true.
Keep an open mind.
I feel like I'm probably supposed to take Magma Opus in this spot. Do I cast Magma Opus on my opponent's upkeep? I'm gonna go with no, actually. I don't have a reason for that, but it's an innate suspicion. Alright, would you like to use a counterspell now, opponent? Yes. Okay. I'm drawing very well. That makes this slightly easier. I'd rather have Flameless Bolt or Anger the Gods. I'm assuming I'd actually rather have Flameless Bolt at this point. Do they still not actually have Delirium? I'm assuming that by the time they find an Unholy Heat, they'll probably have turned on Delirium,
Thoughtfulness before action.
which I think means that I'm incentivized to downtick Narset here. Once again, uncertain whether I should be doing things on my opponent's upkeep or not. I'm going to assume this time around I probably am supposed to. Protecting Narset from hasty threats is one of the reasons to hold on to the Magma Opuses, but I guess last time I had Hinata in play, so that wasn't necessarily a reason to. I can't actually explain why I think that I was supposed to. I just very much got that feeling. I guess this time around I feel differently because I have Flameless Bolt? No. Sad. At this point, I don't think that I'm playing the Raugrin Triome. Probably cycling it. Believe I am willing to take a good old Lightning Helix here. And then hard cast this Shark Typhoon. Cool. Cool. I wondered if that might be good enough. That's always a fun way to win a game of Magic, right? Okay, so we're playing against Niv Mizzet, and the hand isn't great. Keep. Maybe we're playing against Jund Food. And then, like, we have a Magma Opus, so what more could we ask for? On the other hand, every single one of these lands enters the battlefield tapped, which is kind of awkward. Thoughtseize. No, my Gearhulk. No, my Gearhulk. They should probably take the Opus. Ooh, Hinata. That's, like, sort of cute. It's not good, but it's cute. Okay. Alright, opponent. What you got? I don't even know if I'm supposed to cycle this Magma Opus right now or not. I think, given the Hinatas, I'm not supposed to. Let's deny the opponent knowledge of me having 5th land. I believe that's probably worth 2 mana. Maybe it's not. Oh. Gigantha? Oh, cool. That's not relevant at all. Also, I drew an Opus, so I guess I win now. Alright, opponent, let's find out what's going to go on. Pop, poppity, poppity, poppity. Tappity. Tappity. I do need to tap the Gigantha, but I don't need to do it with this Opus. I can do it with the next Opus. Poppity, 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 poppity. And then tap and tap. Now I probably should be lethal. Mizzix's Mastery is also cool. Okay, well. Turn 6 lethal. I'm definitely a control deck. Alright, let's get rid of Anger of the Gods and Flame Blessed Bolts and probably some Lightning Helixes, I'm gonna guess. And then play Mystical Disputes, play Aether Gusts. What else am I supposed to do here? Like, cut Lightning Helix? Remember the next one? To do what? Bring in Shark Typhoon? I mean, I imagine Lightning Helix doesn't have too many things it can hit. So, sure. Is there anything else I want to cut? Do I want to cut Mizzix's Masteries? Nah, probably not. Maybe? Nah. I probably can't afford to play 3 Mizzix's Masteries in this deck. I think we might need to be at 2. Is Capenna getting any new toys? I don't know. I haven't really paid attention to that. We're definitely keeping this, because Aether Gust is good, but Mizzix's Masteries are not good yet. Alright, 3rd land. That's helpful. Better lands. I don't actually even know if Niv gets better lands. The Niv Mizzet mana base is weird and, like, strange. It doesn't necessarily get better from just putting more Triomes in it, because it can already play more Triomes if it wanted to play more Triomes. It kind of chooses not to play more Triomes at the moment. It can split its Triome count differently, but I don't actually know if that's, like, a big advantage. It might be? Capenna is adding a Grixis Triome. This is true. Does Teferi do anything? Do I want to counter that or draw 2? I'm probably supposed to counter that, so that if I do draw a different counter spell, it's better. Exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Oop, that wasn't Aether Gust. Wrong one. Ooh, alright. Well, so much for this Mizzix's Mastery plan. Now I'm on plan Aether Gust and Niv Mizzet, And if my opponent... Oh. Alright, well, now I'm Aether Gusting a Kavu. Thoughtseize is going to take Teferi. Ooh, okay. Clothis is weird. I don't really want to play against that. So I guess we're going to Aether Gust Clothis. It's not, like, good for me, but it's better than doing nothing. Yeah, so now I have to play against Territorial Kavu and Giganta to hand, which I don't like. I would like to top deck a Teferi. We have failed. Okay. He cost what, 8 to kick? Yeah. Alright, Kavu gone. Kavu back. Teferi in play. Alright. Good times. Kavu comes back. Kavu into play. Teferi uptick. Finds. Land. Expressive Iteration. Finds. I guess Expressive Iteration? Oh, okay, cool. We're done. What? My sorcery speed 4 mana Aether Gust's too powerful opponent? Apparently, yes. Apparently, yes. Well, this hand is bad and I'm on the draw, so I guess we're keeping it. This hand is extremely extra bad against red aggro, so I'm sure everything is going to be totally fine. Totally fine. This is actually kind of decent, because like I am going to get to just steal this Lava Runner with Archmage's Charm next turn, and that's a pretty decent creature to have against mono red. Especially when it's a 2-3, or it'll be a 2-3 for me anyway. I wonder if I'm going to be capable of beating mono red with a single magic card.
I won't stop fighting till the people are safe again. Let's bring things
Chandra
back
Dress to
a
kill
simple-
plus Skewer the Critics is a heck of a combo. Yoink. Was really hoping for a Lightning Helix there. So now let's hope for a Lightning Helix here. Failure. Stark and gloomy. Drawing the Hinata would have been so good. Instead, do I want the Mizzix's Mastery? I mean, even drawing the Mizzix's Mastery would have been good. Either of those would have been good. So we're going to have G2 Lava Runner be a 3-3, which doesn't matter for killing the Chandra. I think I'm supposed to try to steal the Etchings of Kumano to kill the Chandra next turn. No! Alright, now we need to draw Lightning Helix.
I knew you needed my help.
I don't even know if drawing Lightning Helix would actually be good enough. I think it probably would not be. Let's see, I'd go up to 5. Yeah, I'm still dead. So this is 2 damage, this is 2 damage, this is 3 damage. I can't untap Etchings of Kumano. Yuck. Alright, well, that was not a good series of cards to have against mono red. Why don't you do that on attack, declaration, block, and kill their creature? Because if I waited until they attacked, their creature would be tapped when I stole it, and it wouldn't be able to block. Which means I would take 2 damage for free, which wouldn't be super desirable. So we're definitely going to play 4 Aether Gusts, definitely going to play Flame Blessed Bolt, and we're definitely going to play Anger of the Gods. That I am confident in. Shark Typhoon I assume I don't want to play. Narsets I assume I do not want to play. I think I want to play Hinata? I don't want to play Commit. I think I want to play Teferi? What am I supposed to cut here? Hinata slowing down burn spells and blocking at the same time is more decent than one would typically expect. Trim Teferi, that's an option. But Teferi is good at stabilizing against them. When I'm drawing towards Aether Gusts and Lightning Helixes, just having a card draw engine is part of how I do turn the corner. I'm assuming Torrential Gearhulk is probably the slowest card I have. And therefore should probably be what I cut. Okay. Willing to take the play, willing to keep a hand that has spells and cards that do things. They do probably board into Roiling Vortexes, but that's part of why Aether Gusts are so nice. But it does make Mizzix's Mastery quite a bit more awkward. Okay, second Hinata is not ideal. Depending on how they try to do damage to us here to enable the Skewer the Critics, we might be able to... Ooh, cool. I could just Lightning Helix this. Is that better than Aether Gusting it? No, I can't Lightning Helix it because it's going to get a counter. So it is super correct to Aether Gust it. Alright, time for 4/4s. Probably doesn't line up very well against Torture Defiance, though, come to think of it. Is the Open only historic? Yes. The Opens, as far as I know thus far, have only ever been one format per weekend. Yeah. I'm willing to trade with presumably a burn spell, because this is still a 2-for-1. And it's going to take them a bunch of extra mana to play that with the tax. So that's just whenever they cast their next spell. Very well. Plus I have a second Hinata, so like, taking my 2 for 1 seems great. Electrostatic Blast, pay 3. So that should have gone at my face. Can't that go at face? Yeah. I think they just let Auto-Tapper do it and forgot it was going to cost 3 mana instead of 2. Expressive Iteration. Oh, it's hard to get rid of any of these. They're all so good. I think I'm supposed to take Expressive Iteration, which makes the question, do I want to take an Aether Gust or a Lightning Helix? I think I'm supposed to take an Aether Gust to protect myself from a Chandra. Then again, I guess I don't want to sorcery speed the Aether Gust, and I have to sorcery speed one of these. So I guess I'm going to take the Expressive Iteration, and then this Lightning Helix is better than the Aether Gust to sorcery speed, because it gains life. Right, and now I think I start racing. Lava Runner, sure. I'll take some damage. Okay. You are the critics. Sure. And they get to play another Soulscar Mage. Sure. Alrighty. Expressive Iteration. We'll happily take a Mizzix's Mastery for next turn. Alright, I think we can wait on the Lightning Helix. This should win the game very, very, very hard. Not Roiling Vortex. Wow, that's incredibly annoying timing. It's very good against Mizzix's Mastery. Nothing? Huh. Okay. Okay, I was gonna say, I think I can just not do very much and beat you here, right? It's too bad Farewell doesn't hit Planeswalkers, otherwise I think I'd actually be willing to bring it in here. Alright, well, that was awkward, and is another reason to value holding on to Aether Gusts more than I did. Ugh. Sand seems extremely bad, so we're gonna keep. I could draw a Lightning Helix. That'd be good. Any removal would be pretty decent, except for Anger of the Gods. That'd be kind of bad. Burn Down the House does do 5 damage to Planeswalkers, but it's also, like, not particularly playable at 5 mana. Bone Crusher Giant. Alright, well, we're gonna kill the Soulscar Mage then. Curious they did not choose to do 1 extra damage by sorcery speeding that. I think that was just a mistake from them. It's 5 versus Farewell 6, but Farewell isn't necessarily in the deck because it's a board wipe. It's in the deck because it's a thing that blows up all enchantments, which I know is a weird sounding reason to value it, but it is the reason that we value it. Ooh. I really want this Aether Gust, but I also really want this second Magma Opus. Alright, well, I'm gonna need to survive some big chunks of damage here, which is gonna be a problem. I don't think playing 5-mana sorceries is an effective answer to planeswalkers. Regrettably. It's just too slow for these formats. Where you're mostly concerned with answering one 4-mana planeswalker. Alright, well unfortunately the Roiling Vortex means that our Mizzix's Mastery is useless again. So this one of opponent's better matchups, anything control. Not control decks that play Lightning Helix generally. Am I willing to make this block? No, because I can't actually win this game if my Hinata dies.
We should all follow our hearts.
Okay, so if the Hinata doesn't die here, and I think it's impossible for them to kill the Hinata, then I should be able to win this game, I think. Alright, stop on the upkeep. Okay, I was gonna say, were you at 3 for some reason? But no. Alright, so we get to tap all of our opponent's mana. We get to kill Chandra and the Lava Runner. We have blockers for the Bone Crusher.
That's it. I'm done playing.
I guess I shouldn't put Hinata to 2 because they have demonstrated having 2-mana burn spells. For 1 mana. Or, well, for 3 mana, I guess, actually, is all they would need here, because they've got 2 extra floating mana. So plus the not attacks, they could totally cast a... whatever the name of that thing was that does 2 damage and lets them draw a card. Alrighty.
Oh, why?
So we have good creatures. I have an Aether Gust for the Roiling Vortex. I have a Lightning Helix that gains life. Yes! Mostly that just wins. Wee. So I assume the opponent's deck is probably pretty decent against blue-white, but I don't think that it's particularly good against Lightning Helix decks. Alright, well we have 2 drops and lands and Teferi and Opus, so we keep, because we're not allowed to mulligan. Rimewood Falls. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Do I want to shock Steam Vents to hold up Jwari Disruption? No. My opponent can play their 2-mana mana ramp spell all they want. World Tree. Very well. This is legal. Let's just go ahead and Expressive Iteration, because I kind of just want land drops. And counterspells sounds fine, too. I'm assuming any deck that plays a World Tree on turn 2 is not doing anything terribly impactful in the next few turns when you do turn into Seth. But I've always been on Team Never Mulligan. Haven't you watched this stream before? When have I ever mulliganed? I don't have very good Teferi uses here, is a little disappointing. Alright, so here's the plan. We're going to cycle Magma Opus so that I can play Teferi and hold up Archmage's Charm. Settle the Wilds, getting a Nissa, non-land. This is acceptable. So this looks like the mono-green Settle the Wilds build, except it's playing Snowlands and World Tree for some reason? No. Okay, so it's not, because it is actually just straight up playing blue. Which means they could have gotten something that isn't Nissa, technically.
I know my. Let's skip to the good part.
And holding up Archmage's Charm. If I didn't have Windfall in the first 7, I feel like I would still keep anything that had lands, though, surely. Right? Ew. Yucky. But also, like, I'm not sure I care about this. That is still your entire turn, opponent.
Really should have seen that coming.
Ooh, Mizzix's Mastery is fun. We can do some interesting things if we do enough damage to them that's just burning them out. Well, that's curious. I assume I'm probably supposed to take Narset number 2. Mostly I just want to find more Magma Opuses to put in the yard, right? I mean, I think so. I'm in a small amount of danger here of missing land drops, so I'm probably supposed to Archmage's Charm to draw 2. Which hurts because it gets rid of the treasure, but better than missing a land drop. Alright, well, we were not in danger of missing the land drop in reality. Oh well. Expressive Iteration finds a counterspell. Perfectamundo. Discard a Flame Blessed Bolt. I don't think we're using that anytime soon. Is this the turn where our opponent finally plays whatever 5-drop they got with Settle the Wilds? No. This is the turn where our opponent goes and gets an Ulamog. Can I afford to let my opponent go get an Ulamog? I don't want to lose 2 of my lands. I do kind of need those. So, no Ulamog. Haven't been following the Pro Tour scene, but wasn't something about it canceled recently? The MPL and Rivals as of a while ago, technically. Okay, so they were getting Golos, not Nissa. Or maybe they're getting both, technically. But the Pro Tour itself is coming back, and we don't yet know what... Oh, wow, okay. Pajuka Bog. No, fair. I have been got quite spectacularly. Fair, fair, fair. But we don't know what the digital paths look like, or will look like currently. I mean, I actually have to kill this Golos as things stand. Wow, this is awkward. I'm actually only going to get an Anticipate off this Expressive Iteration. Okay, so I have to put the Mountain back and then exile the Hinata. The reason I have to do that is because I only have 2 basics in the deck and they have Field of Ruin, and I have plenty of land drops to make here. So if I put the Mountain into play instead of in my deck, then the Field of Ruin is a strip mine, which I can't accept losing the land drops right now. So I have to not play the Mountain and lose card advantage. Also Nissa, they just don't want their Settle the Wilds to be reliable? Opponent. Does Sin of the Wilds force you to put a land into play? Yes. Oh, cool. I also just drew the Ulamog naturally. That's going to be a problem. Sweet. Okay, they didn't go for a red source. That's important. Okay.
I have just the trick for this.
Cool. I kind of needed that to hit a
Those who cannot perceive beyond
Magma Opus very badly. Alright, well. Whiffing on Narset 2 times in a row means that I have probably lost this. I think whiffing on the first Narset was already bad enough. No, I could top deck Magma Opus here and not necessarily be dead yet.
nature's true power.
Luckily they went in my face instead of at the Narset, which is really good for me so far. No, okay. Well, they could just have a second Ulamog. That mostly means I have lost, but doesn't technically mean I've lost. I could still draw a... what do you call it? Hinata, and then hit Magma Opus off the Narset uptick. If my Narset was dead, I would be dead. But again, luckily they did not actually attack the Narset, which assists us in having an out. Flameless Bolt, yeah, I believe means that I don't have an out. Because I have to be able to cast Opus on their upkeep,
Keep an open mind.
or I die to mill. Okay. Yeah, unfortunate. So let's see, we don't particularly want Flame Blessed Bolt or Anger of the Gods or Lightning Helixes. We do want Farewells and Aether Gusts and probably Shark Typhoon. But I also probably want Negates. Most everything the Negate hits, Aether Gust also hits though. Do I want the clock from Shark Typhoon more than I want Negate just answering more things more often on curve? What about the card draw? Hinata doesn't do much here. I can probably afford to trim it for a Negate. And then probably trim a Shark Typhoon for a Negate, I think. Okay, not a stellar hand, but Expressive Iteration on turn 3 is pretty strong. And I don't think I need to have a counterspell available on turn 3 anyway. No, we have not a Magma Opus. That, like, could be good. Game, you're hurting me inside. So now I'm not going to be able to hold up Archmage's Charm to deal with their 5-drop. Okay. Well, we could top deck an untapped white source because the deck loves me. That's an option. Alright, opponent, what you got? How doth thee interact? Duress. Huh. Oh, is the black splash for thought distortion? Interesting. They should have taken Magma Opus. What? Always wonder how these ramp decks survive versus aggro. Generally, the answer is don't. Generally speaking. Okay, so my opponent definitely should have taken Magma Opus. But since they did not, I believe this gets slightly easier on me. Do I want to get rid of Castle Garenbrig or both swamps? I believe the answer is probably Castle Garenbrig. Or is the answer actually 2 forests to make Nissa as weak as possible? I don't think I care about them being able to play a 6-drop creature with only green mana. Wait, this doesn't matter, because if they play a Nissa, they're only going to untap a forest anyway. So it's still free for me to do this. No. I should play around them top decking Duress. That's the most relevant factor here. I don't want them to be able to Duress my Magma Opus and correct the earlier mistake. Nissa is irrelevant here. Nissa's extra irrelevant here if I top deck an Aether Gust. Heck, any 6-drop they cast off Garenbrig, assuming that it's green and not colorless, is also irrelevant here. That goes and grabs a 7-drop. Deal. Eight drop. Oh, okay, so that's an Ugin. That actually is a problem. Because I can't Aether Gust an Ugin. Right. So if I play Teferi and uptick, I can Magma Opus, tapping down the 2 swamps, leaving them a lot of mana, but that doesn't hold up Aether Gust. I think I'm supposed to hold up Aether Gust. 9, 10. So they can definitely Ugin me. Huh. So what if they play Ulamog? Do I not care? I think I don't care if they Ulamog me. I think that means I'm actually just not supposed to do anything. If I'm not supposed to do anything, then I think I'm supposed to play Expressive Iteration. Really need this to hit lands, and it hits lands, but every single one is tapped. Shoot. Okay, so that means I'm now no longer holding up Aether Gust. Okay. I think this is probably still fine. My idea is if they Ugin me, they have to -4. No! Oh, this doesn't work. I thought that I could Magma Opus in response, but I can't, because then the 4-drop will still get killed. Okay. Yeah, that was just very bad. Okay. Well, messing that up's going to be a problem, because now I can't actually Magma Opus for the right number. Sanuish, thanks for the raid. How'd the stream go? Yeah, -4. Okay, so I can Magma Opus, do 2 damage to my opponent's face, and make them dead to another top deck Magma Opus. I imagine that's probably what I'm supposed to do. How's the Cat Oven matchup? Presumably pretty good. Magma Opus is one of the cards that makes that matchup better. Any consideration of gusting my own Hinata? I don't think so, because then I'm not putting my opponent to 4, and I'm not making another Magma Opus just lethal off the top. Well, once we can cast it, anyway. I kind of want to play Teferi and Uptick. But maybe I should just be Expressive Iterationing. I'm probably supposed to just Expressive Iteration. Okay, so we hit Negate and a land. Does Negate... I still can't really deal with Ulamog hitting lands is the biggest problem here. Do I have lethal? I forgot that I put Hall of the Storm Giants into play. I did all of that and then forgot that I played around it by putting Hall of the Storm Giants into play. Now, this is why you get distracted when you realize that you forget how something works like the Ugin and then you overly focus on it. Whoopsies. Okay, that means that... What? So Ulamog has to hit Hall. That is unchanged. I think I'm actually supposed to play Teferi and Uptick it, because it forces them to Ulamog a target that isn't a land. I think I'm going after Aether Gust here. Is that a punt? That one is a punt. Yes. Alright. Opponent limited to 10 mana. Ugin upticking on Teferi. That's a good sign.
As soon as I think of one.
Thought Distortion would be pretty bad, other than the fact that I still technically have lethal with Hall. Struggling to find the best deck in Standard. Do you have a suggestion? The best deck that I've played so far has been blue-red... Ew. Crisis. It's actually pretty inconvenient on account of making the opponent not dead. The best deck I've played is blue-red Mindlink Kiki-Jiki. But I have not played a ton of Standard, so that's not horribly descriptive. Alright. Well,
We need to move quickly.
the punting away of this game might be getting a little awkward.
Past, present, and put thoughtfulness before action.
Farewell is at least somewhat helpful, maybe. There's an Opus. That's useful. Not for a while, but eventually. I'm going to discard 2 cards to hand size anyway. I absolutely shouldn't have bothered shocking that and just left it in exile. Alright, Steam Vents goes away, and... what else? think I have to get rid of Raugrin Triome. I don't think that I'm actually beating my opponent having a Thought Distortion at this point. What do you think about Cyber Extractor for Historic? Maybe there's a deck that can fit it. I definitely think you can build a deck that Cyber Extractor fits in, but I think that it's probably a tempo-y deck. It has to be something that actually gets somewhat empty-handed, which I think means being able to play your spells proactively instead of reactively. And I don't have a ton of experience building decks that do that. It's not my archetype niche, necessarily. Yeah, alright, so our Teferi goes away. I don't want my opponent to gain life off of this Hydroid Crisis. But if they have a second Hydroid Crisis, I'm in trouble, so I think I'm still forced to Aether Gust it regardless. Yeah. That's what I really didn't want them to have. Alright. Life is hard.
You are a mighty warrior. I can see.
And they have a world tree, huh? So they have infinity blue sources, eh? We can't make my poor life easy at any point, can we? So we're just gonna replay that Crisis. Having missed lethal is definitely beginning to look like it was a problem. I suspect stock Jeskai is probably better than blue-white, if I had to guess. Okay.
That didn't go according to plan.
All creation can be undone.
So we're looking at 6, 12, Crisis for 12, huh? That will be a problem. I wish I had Nexus of Fate in my deck. I could win this game if I had Nexus of Fate in my deck. Ugh. Did people stop playing the Lotus Control stuff? Yeah, it never really was as good as the other versions of Control. I suppose I'm probably going to Aether Gust that. I mean, I guess I should cycle the Irrigated Farmland first because I would prefer to counterspell it. But no, okay. We are Aether Gusting that because apparently my game plan is probably decking my opponent now. Lotus Field was definitely an easier deck to play because it made it so that you were a combo deck more than a control deck in terms of like where the difficulty in piloting the deck lied. But it had, like, no matchups where it was actually a better deck. 37 cards in deck. 32. This would be so easy if they didn't have the World Tree in play. Alright, what do you got, opponent? And also, is the blue only for Crisis? Or not? Do you consider combo easier to play than control? I consider the hard part of control to be learning what hands to keep more than most other parts of the deck. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. And I think Lotus Field simplified what was and wasn't something you were supposed to keep. It made the decisions to mulligan more important to the deck, but it also made them more straightforward to learn. Opponent has... oh, well, no. Cool. Yeah. I wish I hadn't messed this up. Admittedly, there were a great many turns that the opponent not having precisely the wrong selection of cards would have made this easier on me, but generally speaking, I did definitely lose a game that I had won. Golos, sure. Alright, well, this is still winnable-ish. Mostly we have to draw Magma Opus, but that's doable. Seems like a bad time to use the Bajuka Bog. Okay. Teferi's not Opus, which isn't good. Commit is pretty solid, however. Interesting. How many Narsets have been exiled? 1? Okay. 1 Opus, 2 Opus exiled, 1 Mizzix's Mastery exiled. Duress. I should have probably sorcery speeded this commit on the Golos already. I forgot how that works. So they're going to get to spin Golos a few times here. So they can attack and kill Teferi currently.
Rise, my elemental friend.
Choosing not to untap additional mana. Interesting.
I protect that which cannot protect itself.
I don't believe I have any way to exile my opponent's entire graveyard, which would make memory milling them faster, more reasonable. Ulamog's pretty annoying. So I go down to 4, cast Farewell off the top. Dead to Anissa? Okay, now I'm dead, period.
Is a journey, not a destination. I will destroy
Aether Gust doesn't do it. Alright. Wow. And that is why you shouldn't misplay. Because one misplay can lose you a game. If the opponent draws, like, the next 6 turns of outs. Which happens. Okay. We're on the play and have 2 lands. And an Expressive Iteration. So I think that means we keep. Yeah, usually best of 1 is slightly better odds of qualifying, but I can't imagine a world in which spending any amount of time at all on puzzling out what you're going to do in best of 1 is better than spending that time figuring out what you're going to do in best of 3. Oni Colt Anvil. Interesting, interesting, interesting. It's a bummer that I can't Lightning Helix a Gilded Goose right now. I've not seen a Jund version of this with Onicult Anvil before. Ah, deck, why you gotta hurt me like this? This is not going well. I presume they just don't do anything there? Yeah, okay, they agree. So I do have Archmage's Charms to steal squirrels, which is beneficial-ish. Hero, huh? Wasn't on my radar as a card I cared about. Oven, but no cat yet. Delicious goat meal. Thanks for the follow. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Oh, deck. Ye wound me, deck. So I could steal the Witch's Oven. Is that more important than stealing the squirrel? I think I'm probably supposed to steal the squirrel. Presumably they have an instant speed sacrifice spell here. Oh, well, that's not really what I thought that instant speed sacrifice spell was, but I'll take it. I can live with that. Have you tested any humans builds in Historic? No, it's not your style, mine neither, but I've been jamming games to test for the weekend. Surprisingly, it's kind of solid. There definitely are humans decks in the meta, or there were. The problem is that they're extremely bad against green black food. But they're good against Phoenix and pretty decent against control if you build them right. But yeah, green black food is what completely pushed them out of the meta. 2 Pro Tours ago, they were the most popular deck. Yay, we did it. Alright, let's jam a Hinata. Alright, opponent. What's your top deck? Okay. At this point, I feel like Magma Opus is just a good card, and will probably kill a lot of stuff, and then I win the game. What PT would have been 2 PTs ago? That would have been the... what set came out before Kamigawa? Crimson Vow set championship. Ravenous Squirrel takes damage whenever anything gets sacrificed. Yeah. That'll be a bummer. Okay, so I want to do 2, 1, 1. I guess I could do 2 and 2, but that's already going to be too expensive. I could just tap the squirrel, I guess, and then just make this land drop. That's probably fine too. Do I want Lightning Helix? I probably just want more land drops, right? I guess I'm going to draw 2 off the Magma Opus. That'll probably include mana, I think. I hope. I guess I don't really need to tap the squirrel, do I? Could Helix the squirrel here? Don't think I'm supposed to. Could Helix the squirrel here? Don't think I'm supposed to. I could kill the Lurrus now and not let them sacrifice it to anything. I think hurting their mana is more important than that. I guess I probably should have gotten rid of the red sources, because then they would have to crack the treasure to make red. Okay, so they wind up sacking something to the squirrel. That's fine, and I don't really care. I got a bunch of Archmage's charms, which get to start stealing Witch's Ovens, I guess. If they attack with Squirrel, I get to just double block it. Trail of Crumbs. Normally that would be a problem, but I think I've got enough card advantage that I don't mind. But it is still probably a problem. I guess that means I actually have to care about killing my opponent, which I think means that I can't chump block the squirrel here. Or maybe I still need to? No, I've got 2 Lightning Helixes. Let's just not chump block the squirrel. Take it. Probably should have attacked with Hinata then. Okay, so we attack with both. They block with the 1/1. Yep. I could Archmage's Charm the Oven, and then shock and Archmage's Charm the Squirrel. Probably too risky. What do they have as outlets to sack the food? Oni Colt Anvil? Be kind of annoying. I'm going to go with probably still fine. I think I'm just supposed to stop them from doing damage to me and then start Lightning Helixing their face so that it's lethal with Hinata next turn. Oh, it's not, though, because of an Colt Anvil. It's probably still fine. When the arena open is, that is this weekend. Rather, this Saturday and Sunday. I don't know the exact times. Thought this was an Elden stream. Didn't expect to find a children's card game instead. You know, the other thing that I was debating doing was streaming StarCraft 1, the campaign. Maybe we'll do that this weekend. I guess I could technically still have lethal. Well, no, not if they're holding up any food. Ooh. Alright, Meat Hook Massacre was not something I was expecting. Sepsis Bear, thanks for the follow. Glad he's enjoying the stream. Well, now we have a distinct problem occurring. A problem in which I might not be able to kill my opponent in time. Now they crack with Oni Colt Anvil. They forget. La-di-da. Alright. I like my opponent forgetting. Let's see. So I could play Teferi or Narset into commit the Trail of Crumbs if I'm willing to shock. Am I willing to shock? Go down to 5 with the Occult Anvil is a little concerning. I could also commit the Trail of Crumbs and just hold up Archmage's Charm, which is safer. I feel like no matter what I'm committing the Trail of Crumbs, it's the next line that I'm not totally sure on. Oh, this was a mistake. I was supposed to Teferi uptick first, because I might have hit an untapped land that didn't require me to shock.
I know what must be done. You know what? I'm not done.
What happened to the Pokemon TCG? It turned out to be less entertaining than I was expecting the gimmick to be. Alright, well, time to hope that the opponent doesn't top deck Cauldron Familiar. Trail of Crumbs also sucks a whole lot. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. How do we feel about Shark Typhoon?
Keep up the pace.
That is a way we could potentially avoid dying, which I'm a fan of. We are in what I would describe as probably a precarious spot. I feel like there's entirely a possibility I might already be dead. But I don't really know how the opponent's deck works. Opponent's deck works by top decking Cauldron Familiar for lethal. That'll do it. Right? Probably. Three damage from Cauldron Familiar. 4 damage from Occult. 3 damage from Meat Hook. Yeah, that's just lethal, huh? Maybe not. Maybe I can cheese this with Flame Blast Bolt. I'm not sure exactly how the math on that works out. No mercy. Am I still okay? 2, 1. No. The Cauldron Familiar killed me. The second Cauldron Familiar, specifically. Yeah. Right? No, I was forgetting the Meat Oak Massacre from the Onicult Anvil, so they didn't need the second Cauldron Familiar to kill me. They had Xaxes without it. Okay. Meat Hook Massacre. What a card I would have never expected to lose to with this deck. Okay, Anger of the Gods out. One Narset out. Am I supposed to take out Torrential Gearhulk? I'm probably supposed to take out Shark Typhoon. I want to bring in Farewell. I don't even know whether I'm actually supposed to bring in Aether Gust against this deck or not. It does hit some stuff that matters. Flameless Bolt probably isn't too relevant. I assume I'm supposed to bring in Aether Gusts. But I'm assuming probably only 3? Alrighty, take the play, keep hands that include Archmage Charm. It's interesting how Onicult Anvil makes Archmage's Charm so much worse against this deck than it used to be. Definitely complicates things. I'm going to assume that I'm not supposed to cycle Magma Opus quite yet. Is Negate maybe better? Possibly. Aether Gust being able to hit stuff like squirrels if they just have a weirdly squirrel-centric draw is usually pretty important, though. Or at least, I guess I should say that it's helpful. Whenever you... It's tempting to get the squirrel. It's tempting to get the goose, too. Probably supposed to reduce the maximum amount of damage they can deal me. This would be one of the few good spots for Anger, yeah. The trouble is that there's just not often a lot of times where Anger is actually very good against them. It's a small percentage of time. Onicult Anvil, sure. So if we hit an untap land, I can play Hinata. If we hit a tap land, I can cycle Opus. If we don't, then I'm probably casting Expressive Iteration. I guess I could also just Archmage's Charm the squirrel, too. Missing land drops is pretty incredibly harsh. I can't let them keep the squirrel, though. Not when they've got 2 Onicult Anvils that are going to pump it up so much. But, yeah, missing the land drop here is brutal. One Chief's Thirst? Okay. I can live with that. So we go down to 14 here, and then we play Expressive Iteration, and hopefully we just hit an untap land to get to play Hinata. And then everything is fine. Thank you, deck. Alright, opponent, what you got? An extremely cheap removal spell that hits Hinata. Dang, how specific. Plus an untap land to put Lurrus in hand. Neat. This is probably going to be too slow at this point, though. Jeez. Ah, Trail of Crumbs decks never have any mercy. No such thing as bad top decks. What do we got? Huh. I don't actually think that's what they were supposed to do. Alright, so what am I doing here? Taking 4 damage down to 4, then the opponent untaps. That bit would kill me, so we're not supposed to die. None of this prevents me from dying. Well, yeah, no, this doesn't stop me from dying. Believe this gives the opponent Xaxes? Unless they choose not to activate the Zoning Cult Anvil. That's the mistake that I'm hoping they make, I think. Sweet. Okay, that's a good start. So I'm going to go to 6. No, I'm going to take 6. Is that right? I think that's right. I don't know why they didn't activate Occult Anvil at the end of my turn. I think they were supposed to. Still no Lightning Helixes, huh? My life is not allowed to be easy. Okay, so they can put me to 1 here, I believe. No, that's lethal. They hit an untapped black source. Because at no point in this game could my opponent ever top deck anything other than the card they need. Alright, well, that was miserable. Were you dead to Anvil sacking 2 creatures? You can't sack 2 creatures with Anvil, though. Was I dead to the opponent activating Anvil on my turn? Which this should have done. Maybe. Purge Overhang in the board. Double white's pretty tough. But Purge... I mean, Purge is better against those versions that actually play Anvil. The trouble is that Purge really wasn't good enough against the versions that are just straight green-black. And I don't know enough about how the metagame has changed to guess whether or not one is going to be more prevalent than the other. But also, Farewell is just better than both. And Anger is much, much, much better against Phoenix, which is going to be the most popular deck by a pretty wide margin. Alright, well, this is a bad deck, so let's keep it in... bad hand. Deck's good. Let's see what happens. Wombo Combo Gilead. I feel like that stopped existing when green-black became popular, though, didn't it? You should take Magma Opus here. Strand me on mana. Alright, well, let's hold up Lightning Helix. This is more awkward without the Magma Opus. That is for sure. Green-White Humans was a good deck a while ago, but Green-Black Food showed up and kind of removed it from the metagame entirely. I don't think there's that many instant speed spells that are common to play in Historic that can kill Hinata here. There are some. Not a lot of commonly played 2-mana Doomblades, though. Alright, well, if my opponent couldn't play anything there, that's a really, really, really good sign for me, because they couldn't do anything on my turn either. Alright, well, let's take a Teferi, and just, I guess, cast more Expressive Iterations, because why not? I don't need to, like, hold up interaction or anything when I can just draw cards, right? I'm pretty sure that's how this works. Attack, no attack. What if my opponent was to play Rankle? I think I'd be okay if my opponent played Rankle here. Yasharn out of the board is one of the more effective ways to attack food. But it can be tricky to get to the point where you... Yeah, I thought Murderous Rider might be what they had. It can be tricky to get to that point without Meadow Massacre and Fatal Push having already been found. Alright, well, this Mizzix's Mastery is going to be fun if I find another red source. Maelstrom Pulse. I would like you to not. Does this invoke Despair? I don't know. The green mana has kind of thrown me off. I'm not sure what to expect anymore. I get to get a red source. I get to get a red source. Do, 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 do. This is very fun. I really would prefer like one more Magma Opus though. Well, it's not like they're going to exile my entire graveyard or anything. I mean, realistically speaking, I should just overload the Mizzix's Mastery there and win the game, but I don't see a reason to do that when I could just combo off harder instead. Oh, is this lethal? I think this is lethal. Cool. Bzz, bzz. This puts a lot of sounds into the mixer when it's going off. Okay, so opponent's playing what looks like mono black aggro, except they splashed questionable green removal. That is not usually the direction those two colors support one another. Let's see. What am I doing? I guess I'm cutting a Narset for a Farewell, and then cutting, like, an Anger of the Gods, I guess? I don't know what I'm doing. They didn't seem aggro. I've never seen Murderous Rider played in anything except mono black aggro. Which, that might be a lot to guess that they are playing aggro based on, but Yeah, I mean, I confess that none of their cards were aggressive, and so that's not like a super reasonable conclusion to reach. But also, I don't know what else they could be trying to do anyway. Playing bad removal does not seem like a solid mid-range strategy, though. Like, is there a format where Assassin's Trophy is playable? Maybe like Vintage, if nobody plays Basics? I don't know. 2 mana seems like a lot. There's Scavenging Ooze. It's like, sort of aggressive. There's something just delightfully ironic about exiling Scavenging Ooze to remove it. Shows up in 5-color Niv. That's kind of true. Niv is its own strange and unique beastie, though. I think I cut all of the Angers, probably, maybe? I don't know. But I definitely have Lightning Helix, so I'm supposed to play the Hallowed Fountain regardless. I guess there's the possibility our opponent's playing red and is playing the Jund deck. No, that plays Luris and can't play Murderous Rider. Alright, well my opponent hasn't done anything, so I'm going to just draw 2 cards. Torrential Gearhulk. That gets countered by Scavenging Ooze. I've been gotten. On the other hand, my opponent could just... I'm not even sure where I was going with that. I have no clue what I'm supposed to expect my opponent's doing. So Fabled Passage like has to mean that they have Fatal Pushes then, I think. Or they were going to fetch a red source, but they didn't, so I still don't know what to expect. I do agree that Scavenging Ooze is well, I suppose this isn't really necessarily me agreeing with anything because nobody said this. But I do think that Scavenging Ooze is probably the single most overrated creature to ever exist in the game of Magic the Gathering. And that's like not a particularly hyperbolic take. I think that's just like very extremely blatantly true. Not Thalia? No, Thalia is like actually good. It's got a niche, and it's not, like, good in every scenario, but it is actually good some of the time. I'm gonna have to discard a card to hand size? That kind of bites. Might as well be the Spirebluff Canal, I suppose. I could also, like, discard the Expressive Iteration, but I don't know. Why do that? You gonna start eating your own graveyard opponent? No? Okay. So I get to make a 3/3 Shark to block this Scavenging Ooze, and then the opponent is probably going to play a Murderous Rider on my 3/3 Shark. Heck, maybe they'll Fatal Push it. Now there'd be mana positive interaction for them. Hey, cool. Hinata. Oh. It's dead. Alright, opponent, you have 1 card. I really wish I had discarded that Expressive Iteration now. Having 7 cards in hand and having the opponent whiff on Inquisition of Kozilek would have been just the most delightful. Soul Guide Lantern? No? Okay. I don't think Soul Guide Lantern does anything. Is like the main problem here. I feel like I beat Questing Beast pretty hard in this spot. Noxious Grasp. Oh no. So we get to tap down the Soul Guide Lantern, which means I'm now going to get to play the Torrential Gearhulk, and they don't even get to Soul Guide Lantern to interrupt my Torrential Gearhulk. It's great. Boop. If you were wondering why I didn't Magma Opus on the upkeep, that was why. Alright, chat. So how about we do the part of the stream where I ask you desperately to assist me. Because I have had a song stuck in my head that I do not know the name of and I cannot remember the lyrics of. Which means I need y'all's help in helping me figure it out. And here's the problem. I have no clue where I heard it. It might have been a video game, or it might have been like on a 60s radio station. The other problem is it's not in English, so even the words that I do remember, I don't actually know the words of. We're going to keep this hand even though it's bad. Maybe because it's bad. I think it might have been French. And it went something like, I don't even know if I should like try to figure out what the words were. It's like, and like I think they say the word magnifique like a dozen times in that. Could have been a 60s radio station in Fallout. That's true. That's true. Crackling Drake the 0/0. That's not the typical play pattern, but okay. Lady Marmalade. Does it have a trumpet? I don't believe so. But maybe. Lady Marmalade. Song? That does not look... Maybe? What are the lyrics to this? Maybe? Do. Was it a female singer? I think it was probably a female singer. It's Dominique from Soul Smile Sour Soirée in French. Yeah, that's probably it. Just going off the first little set of lyrics. Dominique, I don't know. Nothing like that. Anyway. Did I make this block? I don't think I make this block when I have this much removal. Yeah. I'm assuming I just double Lightning Helix this Crackling Drake and call it good. Maybe I play Teferi and uptick and then block the Crackling Drake. Although maybe that's also bad. I could play Teferi and downtick on the Crackling Drake to protect the Hinata, but I don't think I'm supposed to prioritize protecting Hinata. Nah. Alright, thank you. Now I can actually go listen to that in its entirety later. Which will probably get out of my brain. Why do they only hate the Nana? To make the Crackling Drake into a 4/4 so I couldn't block it, I assume? Which they probably should have done after I blocked, to be entirely honest. I'm curious. How much of this purring gets picked up by the audio? Not very much. But I feel like we just clipped your nails not too long ago. You're already clawing my arm again. Stormwing Entity, 3/3. Okay. Ooh. Magma Opus is delightful. Share your secrets on how you get your cat to let you clip his nails. So there actually is a very simple answer to that. That is what I use.
You know what?
You know those little, like, black Y-wing paper clips? That the larger ones, not the smaller ones, they would, like, be able to bind 100 or 200 pieces of paper together. And I'd recommend actually looking this up on YouTube. But if you pinch a cat's fur, or, well, their skin on the back of the neck, and, like, hard enough to actually pinch the skin using one of those, they go just completely ragdoll, because when their parents pick them up by the scruff of their neck with the teeth, that's, like, what their bodies are trained to do, so that they can be carried easily. But so you put one of those on the back of the cat's neck, and just totally turns into pudding. You can look up videos on YouTube of veterinarians doing that, because it's how they give cats injections if they don't have assistance. Yeah, don't overuse it, and don't use it for, like, longer than a couple of minutes. I assume that it would not make the cat happy, and might have diminishing returns after a while. Can we float the mana and cast Opus on our instep with Teferi? Is that a thing? Yes, we absolutely can do that. But in this case, I kind of just want to Opus and tap down the Storming Entity after they cast a bunch of stuff. Gross. Boop, boop, boop. I can't actually Flame Blast bolt the Arclight Phoenix now? Huh. I could if I chose not to tap the Storming Entity, but there's no real point in doing that. I'm not entirely sure if there was a point to casting Opt there, but maybe there was. Should do 2 damage to the opponent if you're tapping entity? That's true. That's true. That would have been better. Good point. We're not in the world where doing damage to entity matters. Really? Didn't swing with Phoenix. Weird choice, but okay.
I train every day. Hone your prowess.
Yeah, Lightning Helix feels like the point where my opponent's probably going to concede. I feel like this probably wasn't optimal order. I should have upticked the Teferi before casting that Helix, but yeah, was not likely to make a difference. Well, my opponent does have a lot of cards, and does have Delirium. So, like, Unholy Heat does kill my Planeswalkers. I don't have much to say here, because I'm kinda just waiting to see what my opponent does.
I shall miss your
Unholy
company.
Heat kills Narset, which leaves me with a Teferi still in play. My token is gone. Do 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 do. Well, Oxogonus is pretty decent. They used 3 of their 4 Unholy Heats, though. Alright, well, I would like to find an answer to the Ox, so that I can just ultimate my Teferi soon. But that doesn't look like it's gonna happen. This is a wee bit of a concern we find ourselves in. I wasn't expecting to, like, completely fail to draw anything at all. We're in a strange world, where my opponent has managed to have more cards than me somehow. By, like, a lot. Well, there goes our Sprite Dragon. Did I just say there goes our Sprite Dragon? There goes our Teferi to that Sprite Dragon. Is what I mean to say. Wow, that doesn't make any sense at all. Why would the opponent give me an extra draw step with this Teferi instead of... Oh, because they needed it to bring back the Phoenix, I guess? Let's stop deck. Anger the Gods. Boo, it's only an Opus. How disappointing. I want to tap down the Ox and the Arclight Phoenix because I can't block the Arclight Phoenix and I don't want to block the Ox. Goes hyper when she hears the clipping sound. The other thing that it can be is it's possible to cut too low on the nail. So you could try starting out cutting higher up on the nail. Oh, hey, cool. Did we just win? Yeah, I think we just won. See if that makes a difference. Oop. Did you top deck a counterspell, opponent? No? Alright, well, I'm going to put a Lightning Helix at your face, and a Lightning Helix at your face, and a Lightning Helix at your face. Come back, opponent. It's only 17 damage to your face. Why overload? Because it's about sending a message. What do you mean too low, like hurting her? Yeah, possibly. There's a part on the nail where they're like... I mean, you would see blood if you clip too low. So, if you're not seeing blood, that's not the problem. I only speak from having accidentally clipped Sox's nail and nicked it once, which he was very clear about letting me know was not the correct spot to have clipped. But honestly, I've done that to myself so many more times that I don't even know if he has the right to complain yet. 3 Trees, thanks for the follow. Glad you're enjoying the stream. This is what? This, and these, and this, and this. And these. And this, and this. That looks about right. Yeah. Dispute was definitely something that punished me there. I just was willing to make that sacrifice. Well, this isn't, like, good, but it is not worth mulliganing. What's the reason you were playing Hinata over a more conventional Jeskai Opus shell? I think Hinata's a pretty good creature. Taxes the opponent. It is extremely good against auras, is worth noting. Like, clowns on that deck, assuming the rest of your deck is functioning at all. Which... I feel like there should be a lot of blue-white auras, but I don't know if there will be a lot of blue-white auras. Am I locked on this deck? Probably. That's a bad sign. Not because I think this deck is good, but just because I want to make it good. Alright. Land drop succeeded. Never didn't have it. Okay. Do we jam Narset? Dare I take that risk? Nah, probably not. Holding up Aether Gust against a Chandra seems better than playing the Narset. I am most certainly willing to cycle the Magma Opus when I do not have my 4th land already anyway. A Braid? Oh, Brazen Borrower. Okay. Opponent has successfully abraded my Magma Opus. Could play Narset. Probably not supposed to do that into an open blue mana. No, my opponent successfully did mana. What a world. What a world. Arclight Phoenix. Oh no! Alright, let's play a Narset and pass.
If you wish to surrender now,
You got your opening to resolve your Chandra now, opponent. Luckily, I do have 2 Aether Gusts, which are pretty good against Chandra. Brazen Borrower. Oh no. Okay, well, I have successfully drawn lands, which is pretty good. I'm just gonna play this Narset again, see if the opponent negates it. They do. Do I fight over that? Yeah, sure, why not? It's not great against Den of the Bugbear if they hit another land drop, but
there are so many.
if they attack Narset with Den of the Bugbear, then they are tapped out, and I get to play Hinata with an Aether Gust backup, and that's, like, probably pretty good. Oh, cool, Crackling Drake. That doesn't matter at all! Let's do the time walk again.
I have just the
Oh, hey,
trick.
cool, a Magma Opus. Is this the part where the opponent concedes? Nope. Part where the opponent plays Crackling Drake. Okay.
Meditate and prepare.
So we're going to play Magma Opus and deal a bunch of damage to everything and tap down some of our opponent's lands. Then we're going to play a Magma Opus and tap down some of our opponent's lands. Then we're going to Flame Blessed Bolt this Crackling Drake to kill it. Then we're like probably going to kill our opponent one way or another. Opponent casts Opt. It's not going to work out too well for them. They do get to scry a card. Then we're going to Flame Blessed Bolt this Drake. Then the opponent is allowed to move into their draw step, where they do not get to draw a card because there's an Narset in play. And they drew with an Opt. Ah, good times, good times, good times. Alright, what do we got? Yeah, seems like a bad hand, I'll keep. Doesn't really do anything for the first couple of turns. I mean, I guess we can go Magma Opus into Mizzix's Mastery if we wanted to. That might be the correct decision. It's probably going to wind up being the correct decision against Soul Warden. Wow, my hand is so good against, like, literally every Soul Warden deck that exists. Dang. Should I Magma Opus this? Or should I just Anger of the Gods it? I assume I should probably Magma Opus it, right? Maybe? Nah, let's just Anger. That way I can, like, cast 2 Magma Opuses. I think that's better. I mean, I'm hoping they don't just Collected Company me and kill me. That's the hope. Yeah. They are Collected Companying me. They do need 3 creatures to kill me with Coco. which is possible. As long as this Coco hits a Scurryoak, they can kill me. Yep, so now they just need to play Heliod and I die. Technically, holding on to Anger... Well, I guess I can still Mizzix's Mastery the Anger, can't I? So if I draw an untap land, I'm not dead. No, because I have to chump block the Scurryoak. Boo. That is true. They need a second creature after Heliod. That is true. That is true. Hey! Cool. That's all completely useless. So I guess I win now. Doop. Doop. I don't believe there's anything meaningful they can do with 3 mana here. Oh, should have held up 1 mana. It was red. I do have 1 mana red instance in the deck. Oh, so unlucky. I drew every single Hinata. Let's see. I'm assuming I'm probably supposed to hold up Archmage's Charm so I can counter Heliod or Collected Company. Both of those would be problems otherwise. Okay. I have taken 2 damage. Ooh, Teferi. Fun. So I could Mizzix's Mastery for a Magma Opus. That doesn't feel correct. Ooh, Torrential Gearhulk. That also doesn't really do anything yet, unfortunately. But we have Flameless Bolt to hit... whatchamacallit? Okay, this should be lethal. Howdy, Luna Knight. How goes it? Yeah, there goes our Teferi. Taking a damage and all that. I'm assuming I'm probably not supposed to show them Mizzix's Mastery. I almost messed this up. If I had killed the Prosperous Innkeeper with 2 damage, I would have... died? Well, not died, but I wouldn't have won the game. Actually, I can't even prevent the Soul Warden from gaining life even if I kill it, so I should just go all of it at the face. I forgot Soul Warden gains life from my creatures. Disillusioned with card games, they're pretty normal. Eh? I think I'm getting back into them. I have been nursing a lot of headaches and watching a lot of StarCraft. But we got an arena open this weekend, so something to be competitive about. Anger, Flame Blessed Bolt. I assume I'm probably supposed to play Aether Gusts. I think that's good. We'll probably trim the Narsets, trim the Shark Typhoons, trim the Commits. Trim the commit. Then what am I supposed to do after that? Probably trim an Archmage's Charm, I guess. You were a Soulsborne streamer? Oh, I am so tempted to just start streaming StarCraft. I don't have a good reason. Not having a good reason seems like a good reason, you know? I wonder if I actually want to end up cycling this Raugrin Triome in this position, with how many lands I have. Probably just Colors of Mana is nice. No green mana for the opponent, but presumably the Plains was the top deck, otherwise they would have held the pathway. Alright, we got a Jwari Disruption to answer a Heliod. Opponent plays a Heliod, so I'm happy I have a Jwari Disruption. Silly opponent thinking I wouldn't have the one of Jwari Disruption. Is that even possible? The Cocoa here is gonna hurt, though. Yay, no Cocoa. Delightful. Okay, Heliod in play. Moderately inconvenient. Flame Blessed Bolt on Soul Warden. Lightning Helix on Soul Warden. Play Expressive Iteration. Kind of awkward. I think I'm probably supposed to take Archmage's Charm. And then Lightning Helix my opponent's face for life gain. Whee! I don't like telling my opponent that I don't have anything, but I think being able to hold up Archmage's Charm for a combo piece next turn into Torrential Gearhulk is more reliable than just holding up Lightning Helix. How much do you take? 5. Scurry Oak. That'll be getting a counter. Okay, so the Torrential Gearhulk should be pretty solid here now. It blocks most of our opponent's creatures pretty well. Because of Heliod, our opponent's pretty incentivized to play anything pre-combat. If it actually interacts with the board at all. That pause probably is just the Heliod. I believe I'm probably supposed to draw 2. I could steal the Lunarch Veteran, actually. Yeah, come to think of it, that's actually probably better. Denies them a combo piece, and they can't put the combo piece in the graveyard to bring it back. Fateful Absence, sure. Okay. So this does still leave them with an Inquisitor Captain that gets to turn into a 5/5. Alright. A Fateful Absence was an awkwardly efficient draw for them. I don't have a ton of answers to Inquisitor Captain, now that it has become bigger than 4/4. But Teferi is one of them. I don't think that I'm supposed to not hold up Aether Gust here. I feel like holding up Aether Gust for Collected Company is so important that I can't afford to play that Expressive Iteration, even though the card advantage is kind of cool. Alright, Teferi, down tick on Inquisitor Captain.
If you show remorse,
Putting Inquisitor Captain back in my opponent's deck kind of sucks, but feels like it's probably still the correct choice.
let's take it back a step.
I should attack with Lunarch Veteran there. I don't think there's any world in which I can ever do anything meaningful blocking with it here, because anything that they would flash in, I would be pretty incentivized to Aether Gust anyway. Innkeeper, I think we can allow to resolve. Soul Warden, does that make me Aether Gust the Innkeeper to stop the Innkeeper from growing? I think so. I believe it probably does. I feel like this is proactively using my mana in a way that protects the Teferi, but maybe if they were going to put the counter on the Innkeeper, they'd probably put it on the Soul Warden, though. Maybe I should have just used my mana to cycle the Irrigated Farmland instead, and then just Aether Gusted on my turn.
You know what? I'm not done.
Alright, cycle the Farmland. Hinata's pretty fine. Second Hinata is not really pretty fine, but blocking is cool. Alright, well, we got an Aether Gust, we got a blocker. Opponent can't really attack. The Inquisitor Captain is going to be annoying. Soul Warden means the opponent has a 3/3 Soul Warden, which can't attack through a Hinata. Which means I get 2 draws before the Inquisitor Captain is going to be a serious problem with 2 Soul Wardens in play. Oh, hey, cool, Mizzix is Mastery. Does that win the game? 9 cards in the graveyard? Maybe. What do we got? Lightning Helix, Flame Blast Bolt, 2 Expressive Iterations. I mean, it's probably good. So, let's see. Expressive Iteration. Lightning Helix. Should I Flame Blast Bolt the Lunarch Veteran? I kind of feel like I probably should. Now, hypothetically, that should make the Inquisitor Captain a tiny bit weaker. Shouldn't have played a land with 2 iterations. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Let's take the Opus. And a Helix. Yeah, so I could have had a land in hand right now. Oh, hold on. I forgot I was untapping mana with Teferi. Yeah. I could Magma Opus here, I guess, in case I draw another Magma Opus? No, I can't, because there aren't enough... Oh, I could hit my own Teferi with Magma Opus, but I don't think I'm willing to do that. Okay. Well, I don't think that Prosperous Innkeeper does anything. So... Can I do 2 targets? I believe so. Yeah! Alright. This get the concession? Surely this is where we can see it, right, opponent? No? Okay.
Keep up the pace.
Alright. I'll play a land drop, why not? Alright, so I got a counterspell for my opponent's next green card, a counterspell for their next any card, and 2 removal spells. I suspect... Ooh, should have cycled the Irrigated Farmland there to be 1 more mana efficient. Scapuration? Do I care? I don't care. I still have a 4/4 either way. And now I actually get to play another Hinata? Sounds like that's strictly an improvement to me. I wonder what it says that I didn't even bother cycling that before the Skyclave apparition resolved. Could downtick on the Heliod.
Hurry.
Probably technically correct. Equally, probably technically irrelevant. Think I have enough mana to do anything I want? Probably. I guess technically I can't cast Archmage's Charm to draw. And then cast, like, a bunch of Archmage's Charms to draw at instant speed. But I'm also probably never going to do that. So I guess I just win. I was hoping they were going to draw a Collected Company. That's a bummer. If your opponent casts Collected Company there, would it be BM to counter it 3 times, holding priority each time? Or would that just be like, you know, fair game?